song is so nice and peppy. There. No, offline. Online. Welcome, welcome, Club Cult. Welcome to Stream the Dreams Project. And thank you all so much for all of your support so far with Mr. Voya Bean's Caracosts. I am deeply, deeply, deeply grateful. Pull us out of purgatory. Bop into Discord really quick, and then Pippi needs a bath. Pippi needs a bath. So, Pippi needs a bath. Discord, where art thou? I lied to you guys the other night, too. I didn't realize Monday was the 4th. May the 4th. So, PB will not be streaming tomorrow. Do some Star Wars stuff. That was probably really loud. That's how I test my camera. Or test my microphone, is clapping at it. Oops. Oops, it is. Oh, what am I looking for? Discord. Welcome, S. Welcome, John. New Bebs happen to the Disky Boo. Please do not forget to green check them their rules so that I can reel you in offline. It is not magical. It is not automatic. There's no bot that does it. I like pressing buttons. Let a girl live. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pippi bath time. Pippi bath time. I have 2 tabs open. One too many, at the very least. Let's go. Pippi bath time. Pippi bath time. Just having some old lady days lately, and we can't blame her for that. 'Tis life. I forgot I hung my sailor hat on there. Where can I put this inside? It was hanging on my light. Maybe it can hang back on my light. I'm moving my lights around again. No, that blocks the light. The way. I don't know. You can just set up there in the stuff pile. Be one with the cords. Be one with them. Gunther, you are extremely cute. I don't know who made you so cute, but I want to tell them thank you. Spotlight on Gunther. Alright, we're gonna lose audio for a sec while I flip us over. There's our C ho, Gunther-o. Welcome to Limit 1. Everyone, good night so far. Pull up chat and tank test us. And then Pippi gets a bath. Pippi gets a bath. I don't know why I need to say it like that tonight, but I do. Little stinky Mamu. We love her. Done. I feel like I'm the borderline of a cold, but I don't know if it's just the weather. Probably just the weather. Is that only the actual switch our music over now? Gunther, you're so cute. Doop, doop, doop. You were fake sleeping. You were a faker. There's a dramatic difference in how the music reflects to us between mobile and at the command center. I will co-sign on that. I don't know if that's a phone volume thing or if that's really an audio hookup. But it's dramatically different. I didn't find it annoying though. You guys can let me know if you find it annoying. Mr. Gunther, I love you. I love you. Oh, very good boy. Where's he? Oh, he's in his little over yonder bed. Usually he's in the big bed. He went back to his OG spot. I love you. He was not anticipating that smooch. He said, "Well, Mom, what's going on here?" Whoa, Mom, what's going on here? I'm just smooching it because you're perfect. Perfect. I do say so myself. Phoebe does not know she has a bath planned for her. I'm sure she will be intrigued. Listening to always just put it down. My bangs are being wily tonight. I'm trying not to put heat on my hair, force bleach, but my bangs were being wild tonight. Last night I could just clip them back and it was fine, but today that was not happening. How are neither of my hairs back in here? Let's grab out of the stream room. Grab Pippers. Is this barking up with connection? Should look laggy for a second. See how it does. No, it's not. Around. It's on me. I left the video. But like, my hair's mostly out of the way. It's not my cute socks for the night yet. So I don't know if I want to pull these off and climb in with her at some point. I feel like that would have been easier last time. Oh my god, hi Ty. That scared me. I was not expecting a fluke next to my butt. Next to my leg. To my leg. We're sleeping. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You really just only need like half of a bath. You're like, wait, we just did this. We just did this. I know we just did this, believe me. I know. We only need half of a bath, but it's okay. Are you showing up? You're so tired. It's showing off for you. Just to show you guys. The best ever. Are you showing off your toy? You feel so fancy. Oh, what a good boy. Oh, what a good boy. Oh, what a good boy. You're not getting a bath too, though. That's a bit much. You don't need a bath yet. You're gonna emotional support Pippi. You're gonna emotional support her. Welcome, Talon. Hope the day's being kind to you so far. She's the cutest little AT there ever was. And she needs a butt bath. Oh, I don't want to get this way. You need a bath. You're having some old lady days. And that's okay. It happens to the best of us. What are you doing? You're so showing off your toy. You're so funny. I didn't do any laundry or dishes or shower yet today. It's going to take a while to turn warm. I didn't cut the grass today either, but it surprised rain this morning. And it should stay dry from like mid-afternoon today until tomorrow evening. So I'm just going to do it tomorrow. You want messy all over your leggy. All over. Now we need some tools. Do they still have that sprayer thing in here? I don't think so. I think it's downstairs. Okay. See, it's only half a bath. It's not a big deal. It's only half a bath. I thought you'd be better turned that way, but we're actually probably gonna just have to get it because you're the other way. You need a Buddha bath. No more. You're such a good girl. Scrub-a-dub-a-dub. 2 almost blondes in a tub. I don't know. Pibby's more blonde than I am, I think, right now. Yeah. She's more blonde than I am. I am going to tone my hair sometime in the next couple days. Then I might be as blonde as you. Right now, we're very brassy. Brassy, so sassy. What's in your hair? Don't be a bug. Leave the dirt. Dirt. Okay. Golden. Oh, I didn't put a towel on the floor. I got soggy feet. Blurp. 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 Hold on, we're gonna rinse. I just gotta rinse my hands first. Heard this song overplayed too many times. First, I was singing it wrong. I thought he was saying Serena, like Serena, but fancy. Then I realized he was saying surrender, and now I'm just over it. Oh no, he's saying Savannah. It's none of those words. It's not Serena. It's not surrender. It's Savannah. Well, Savannah, you're out. Not today, sweetie. Not today. Ah, why? No, I don't want to hear me. I want to hear the music. Hi, jazz chat. Hold on, bubble butt. Mom's fixing. I thought the drops thing was only for partners, but it came up on my thing. It's interesting. I've only seen it come up on desktop on partner streams. Over into butt. You move, but you're not making this easy for me. Can you walk a little this way? Thank you. For friends. It's just a half bath. It's just a butt bath. No big dealio. One more around your feet, and then we're good. Oh, you're being smart. You're turning up to get your front feet wet. A clever girl you are. A very clever girl you are. Oh, I dropped my stupid little hotel soap. Last time I bleached my hair, I didn't feel like I got all the bleach out. This time I shampooed after, but I didn't have any shampoo upstairs, so I dug around for dinky little hotel shampoo. I grabbed this for your face. We didn't wash your face. You can de-soggy with it. Soggy, baby. Soggy and soggy. Just wring her out. You got some droplets. Wish. Leave your butt. Okay, let's see if you'll platform the platform. And close the door, otherwise you're gonna try to run right out. Bye, Ty. See you later, alligator. Don't awkward out. Good girl. Good job. No, Bibby. Bibby. Bibby, we're doing things still. Come here. Oh my god, I need to vacuum. There's a huge Ringo floof behind the bathroom door. Just collecting since we last bathed the Pippi. He is in shedding mode. I need to take both of them outside sometime this week and brush them out. Him and Diesel. Diesel doesn't look like he would shed, but he has so much fucking hair. He sheds a lot. That's why I think he has shepherd in him. There's no kid should shed that much. And get your peepies. Your little Pippi Peeps. I'm excited. We're gonna bop into some Star Wars The Old Republic tonight, some SWTOR in preparation of Star Wars Day tomorrow. I know we'll just do May the 4th and Revenge of the 5th, or just May the 4th. I don't know what my energy and effort, my energy and effort levels, my energy and effort levels are. We shall see. Almost. One more floople. One more floople. Okay, Fluffy. You did it. You did it. Boop, 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 boop. Stuff, do. Then, Slavka, I've learned her new favorite thing is when through the feet. This thing is still in the tub. She starts playing with the water underneath the non-slip thing. And it's very obnoxious sounding. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to up that. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Pippi. I left you locked in here. You are free. You are free. You cannot see the door. Oh my goodness. There you go. Leftover Chauncey Chompla. Never wore those flats. Chauncey chewed one of them, brand new. Like in the first year that I had him. And I still have the other one left. He never chewed the other one. Or any other shoe. think I just made him feel really ashamed. Like, I didn't punish him for it, but I was like, Chauncey, what did you do? These were brand new. I talked mad shit to him. He goes, go in the laundry. You switch socks. You never chewed a shoe again. It was an isolated incident. Good job, Pippi. Let's put some shorts on you. Hit the road, Jack. Doesn't need to be so tall to get around. You did it! You did it! You gotta put your shorts on. Hold on. You're just outside. I don't think you need shorts, but lately you need shorts. Hi, Ty. You're very silly and cute. Put your leg up. Thank you. That's too tight. Two fingers. Good job. Little wiggle butt. Little wiggle butt. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Are you still showing off your toy? No, you're just showing off yourself in general now. Hi, Ty. Where are you going? I thought you wanted to hang out. Tiger. Give me some love. Then we're gonna play some games. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Eat your best, Lovey. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is. Hey, baby. Whatever you want it to be, baby. As a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Oh, baby, you're the perfect little pedestal until you move. Then I'm no longer supported. Aw. I love you, sis. Hi, I want to start on you. So you know I want to go in the stream room. I can't go in the stream room. The kitties don't like you. It's such a glooble flooble. You're such a glooble flooble. Is this a tripod? No, we don't mess with tripod. Thank you. Thank you. Don't step on Pippi. Be mindful. Okay, that wasn't really your fault. She moved unexpectedly. Just checking you guys out. Oh, roly poly oly. Roly poly oly. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is. Whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure. Nice and berries. Thank you so much for taking time to be here today. Or your bellies. You did the happy leg going. Happy leg going. I don't know why you parked it like right in the entry of the kitchen here, but hey. Oh my god, there's someone Fringo floof over here too. You just floofed out today apparently. My goodness. You eat your ears. You eat your butt. Bye. He wants my attention until he knows I can give him something else, and then he decides that he just needs to fixate on something else. Hi. You're a big goober. You're a big goober. You wag your tail so hard. You have to be careful with that. You have to be careful with that. Yes, you do. Oh, butt rubs. Butt rubs. Butt rubs. Thank you for sharing. Sharing is caring. Alright. You guys chill. Do your puppy thing. And mom play the games. Excuse me. Excuse me. How did I have these both before? Okay. No, it's not a follow the leader type sitch. You're in jail right now. Sorry. Call your lawyer if you have a problem with it. He's nosy. He's in bed. He just wanted to prank us earlier. Keep me on my toes. That's what he wanted. Put music back on the computer. How do I do that? I can connect it to the PS4. I don't think I can though. I don't think I would set up for that. Gunther, you're so cute. You're adorable. A little baby boobala. How are you gonna set this up? I thought about it earlier. I didn't consider this category. You flip us back over. There's our audio back. I kind of put this up haphazard, but I kind of like it. I don't know. Let's move Spotify over here so I don't lose it. And plug it in, plug it in. Take the charge, take it. Take it. Oh, if I click away, then it closes. That's confusing. That's going to be annoying. How do I make that stop? Is it somewhere in settings? I can't go to settings until... Oh, there. Preferences. I can at least keep the audio going. No. Just relaunch game for settings to take effect. Okay. Whatever you say, boss. How did I have this set up before? That's a really good question. So when, well, maybe, yeah. I think that's gonna go full screen. Let's see. It's not even a veiled window. What? I can't do it that way. Can do it this way. Mr. Bean. Foya is watching you. Oh, I thought that was a glitch. I don't have my temperature thing at the top of the screen anywhere. Oh, it moved to this monitor. Okay, fair. What in the world? Oh. Why is it glorbling up? The fuck? Relaunch. It was weird. Let's see what it does this time. It's very weird. Don't do that again. Behave yourself. Gonna be good for our first try. A Jedi Knight. Defense and melee. Healer, no. Heal, no. Heal, no. Which one did I look at that didn't say heal? Smuggler. Or smuggler. Freelance captain for the Republic. Quick, clever, and answering to no one. I feel like this is loud. I'm not the master of the trick shot. Stealth belt, scattergun, and a med pack. Maybe a power tech. Flamethrower sounds fun. It can be a snooper. You can go commando. I kind of like Vanguard. And cool gun.
I can charm the horns of a great dragon.
Okay. Serena. Is her scars the side of her face? Green. Oh, it's cybernetics. It's like a breathing apparatus. really like any of them. Just choose no. Go with that one. That one's interesting. That's kind of cute. It's on my back. Oh, do we want to be blonde or pink? What am I like right now? Somewhere in between blonde and red. Probably like there-ish. Golden. Name unavailable. Please choose another. Long time ago, in a galaxy far away. Do 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 do. The Smuggler. Anarchy rules in the frontier systems, while the Galactic Republic struggles to recover from its conflict with the Sith Empire. Reckless mercenaries profit from the interstellar turmoil. Dun dun dun. Ord Mantell, a world ravaged by a civil war between pro-Republic citizens and separatist extremists, has become a lucrative destination for free traders. Now, a daring captain for hire has come to deliver a cargo of weapons to the combat zone, flying a swift freighter through a deadly barrage of separatist attacks. Is that me? Am I the daring captain? That'd be cool. Do 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 do. Thought I heard the boys doing something. They're just chilling. They do as they do. Oh no, I clicked out. There has to be a way to like lock that to the window, and I don't know how. Did I freeze it? Oh no, no, come back. I don't want to relaunch you again. Oh no. Okay. We made it back through. Mastery is the primary statistic for every class. Increasing your mastery will improve your aptitude in combat. Okay. How? I'm guessing after the cutscene. He has some very tight pants. It's like leggings on. Not judging, just observing. It's very blue. It's like plasma gun blue.
To that separatist shooting gallery, Captain. Your ship isn't even scratched. Takes guts landing in the middle of a battlefield. Nice flying.
It was
I owe it all to
easy.
my lightning
Sure.
reflexes and crackerjack timing.
Clearly had a lot of practice getting shot at.
It's actually my exact reaction.
Name's Skavic. I'm picking up those
What
blasters.
you gonna
from
do
your
about
cargo
it?
hold. Excuse the rush, but need to get out of here quick. This village used to be safe, but the Separatists are taking over. If I were you, I'd haul jets as soon as we're done.
Is there someplace else I can land on Ord Mantell?
This is the last free spaceport in the region. There's no place else to land unless you're Republic military.
Well then.
Sounds like the bombing's getting closer. The Separatists will be right on top of us any minute. Here's your payment for making this run, Captain. As soon as I have those blasters, you'll be free to fly.
Skavic, we've got a big problem. Separatists took over the local air defense cannon.
Oh, slow down, Corso. What are you talking about?
They deployed some kind of remote control stations, hijacked the cannon's targeting computer. Damn Separatists just destroyed an incoming Republic transport.
You got a name?
Huh?
You telling me things,
Corso
who the fuck
Riggs,
are you?
I'm Skavic. Nice to meet you. With those remote control stations, the Separatists can override the air defense cannon's computer, turn that firepower against us anytime they want.
That's bad news, Captain. The Separatists will blast you out of the sky even if you think about taking off.
The Separatists have remote control stations all over the area. You'll probably have to hit several before they lose control of that cannon.
I'm curious. What's my request?
My ship.
Good luck. Hope we see you
Okay.
again.
Let's move, Corso. We're running out of time.
Just not have it on screen. That's an interesting setting. I think that would be fine. Welcome to Matt Topher. It's the new game now that you conquered Doom. I sure did conquer it. I am still like somewhere between baffled and bent out of shape that it just ended the way that it did. I needed a little more. And also welcome. I hope the day's been kind to you. Happy Sunday. Tomorrow I realized is Star Wars Day. I completely forgot. So we're gonna try some of this out tonight and see if I'm still capable of playing it for tomorrow. It's fine. It's fine. My throat is scratchy tonight. It's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Yes. It was blue balls, not explosions. It wasn't fireworks. Is it gonna be ugly now? I don't know. It's grayed out. I can't see it. Don't care about that. Okay, I'm gonna try something and it might break everything. Wait, but first, what button did I want to press over here? I don't know, just any button then, I guess. Okay, it whips itself back in shape good again. Decent! This is a figure it out as we go. Must say that, that blue ballsy feeling is not one that I've experienced many times in life. But, it's humbling. It's humbling. I do not remember what I'm doing in here at all. It's been so many years since I've touched this game. Oh, she be zooming. Okay, maybe I do need to look at some of the key bindings. I have no idea how I feel like I remember just putting you right into battle. Has weapons. I like her outfit, but she kind of looks like she's about to go horseback riding. Like if you take away the shoddy portion of it. I'm broke. Destroy remote control stations, which would be what? Where? Oh, duh, I have a map right there. I think it's in the building, it's indicating. How do we get in there? Or in the ship, I suppose. Doot. Girl, you look good. Won't you back that ass up? How do I get in the ship? I think I need to get in the ship. Theorizing this. SWTOR is what this is. Star Wars The Old Republic. How do I get into you? I lost my keys. Do I need you to do things? No. We're gonna have a learning curve for a hot minute here. Why don't you back that blaster up? That's what we gotta sing tomorrow. Oh, my objective disappeared now. What the fuck? Okay. Can I get rid of that? I'm running on. I just looked over to read, let me see your butt. Welcome, Cyogenics. Do I go under? Wait, did I reach the objective? Now it's telling me something else. Welcome. I hope the weekend's been kind to you. Let me see your butt. Of your blaster, that is. That's nowhere near where I need to go. You know what, maybe I'll be like super pro at this, and my only handicap before was map proficiency. Just kidding, I died a lot because I don't heal myself, but we still have potential. What are you? You're probe droid, are you a thing? No. There'd be trouble a brewing. Climb, bitch. I'm here. I'm at the objective point. Destroy the remote control stations. Where are the remote control stations? Is it the blue things? Oh, I don't remember how to shoot. You just click on them? That's jump. That's reload. Ah, I'm gonna die. Settings. I'm gonna die. I don't need to look at the keybinds. So you press F to take cover. Fuck. Why did I think that wasn't important? Take me back to the med center. Take cover in place. Shift F. F, take cover. Cover fire. I want enter. Set focus and target. Yeah. Target companion, shift F1. I need to take a picture of this. It is SWTOR. I remembered that tomorrow was Star Wars Day. I decided I needed a practice run. So Peebs will not be streaming tomorrow and do some Star Wars stuff. Today's not a real stream. I'm not actually here. I'm just here in spirit. That should be good enough for now. Okay. Redo. I think I just need to click on them to target. There's a keybind for it, which is click on them to target them and then enter, 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 enter now. I can do it. I can do it. They're in red. They're bad guys. That's how that works, right? You're not shooting. You're not up high enough. No. You're just jumping. What did I do wrong? God damn it. Wait, tutorials. That's probably helpful too. There are none yet. I went into this a way different. I wonder if I was Sith last time. I went into this a way different way than I did, or that I remember years ago. But that was also years ago. Google. You know I had a lightsaber before, not a gun. Star Wars speedrun. Speedrun to death. Bind your basic attack to quick bar 1, slot 1. That's it. You are confused with the way the system works. Well, yeah, duh. That's why I'm looking it up. Lock the toolbars. Rock the Casbah. It is not like a real shooter. I should have chosen someone that has a lightsaber. Oops. Oh. Oh. No. Cover fires. Pew. Right? We're gonna learn as we go. That's the best that I've got for now. Experience is life's greatest teacher. Okay, now I kind of have like a helper. You, targeted. You don't even have your gun trap. You're gonna press every button. Oh wait! Are we on number keys? Hold on. I'm so far removed from World of Warcraft days that maybe yes. I figured it out. Is WoW style. It is basically WoW in space, and my brain did not come to that conclusion until just this moment in time. Like, how is there not a way? And then I looked at the bottom of the screen and just like rolling my eyes downward, disgust. And why are you glowing? Can I get something from you? Yes. I figured it out. And one more person was glowing. I want the goods. Okay, so what do you want me to do in whatever this space is? You look powerful, I'm concerned. I feel like the blue things are important, but they might not be. Oh, it auto-targets the next target, that's nice. Doesn't target that. It's clickable though. Loot, 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 loot. The blue things are a quest that you need to right click on. Well, right clicking on it worked. The quest was already in queue, but right clicking on it was very effective. Thank you. We're learning. Out of range. Suck my butt. It's too far away. What's the difference between out of range and too far away? Oh god. Wrong way. I need to learn to move more to take less damage, but that's a project for future Serena. Suck my butt. You cannot reach that. Well, if I had magic spaghetti noodle arms, I could. Don't you know? Bear with me as I also learn how to lock that to this screen. Maybe I can within OBS. No. Okay, JK. I'll try and figure that out for tomorrow. It's annoying when I click off and then it just is gone. Got a whole lot of one coming your way. Oh, you kind of can move while shooting. It's awkward. Everything is awkward till you get used to it. Where's our next objective? Rather to pew pew at you before you can pew pew at me. This way? I'm gonna walk through the line of fire. It's so green. Smuggler phase. Your group mates can help you if they are not a smuggler. If they select allow access to the same class story areas in the preference window. Okay. Not to bother you while you're shopping, ma'am or sir, but I got business in here. Oh, look at us. We're level 3. Hype. Much hype. The dark parts in here are kind of dark. Glowy. Dun dun dun. If I do relatively okay as good, we might be evil tomorrow.
Captain, you there? It's Corso. We got trouble back at the hangar.
Figured Jedi would be easier to start with. Oh. I was still looking at her face design. There's none of them that I liked. What kind of trouble?
For now, but maybe not much longer.
Trouble,
Separatists are
trouble,
busting into the hangar. We're giving
trouble.
them a warm welcome, but we could use a hand. Scouty, get over here.
forgot about
Help me
my
seal this
socks on.
hangar door. Scouty!
My foot touched my leg and it's cold! My foot is cold. My shoes off, my foot is cold. I have a bird I like to hold. My hat is old, my teeth are gold, and now my story is all told. I can't recite it backwards though. I don't have the spare brain cells for that. Welcome, Midnight Dynamite. Hope the day has been kind to you so far. Happy Sunday fun day. Return to the hangar. Which way was out? It's like basement stairs. It was awkward. I don't think it's really in my job description to like go around defeating everyone that needs defeating over here. Okay. Oh, we came up from the side. So you can almost jump that, but not. Forgot we were in the grassy lands. Aww, little pop-up. I want to see a little pop-up. It's a little pop-up. It kind of looks like a genetic issue, but it's cute. It doesn't bother me because it's not real. Oh, I thank you. I'm glad the day's been good to you. We all deserve good days. We do. Star Wars The Old Republic. SWTOR. It's a, I don't want to say like super old because I still feel like it's relatively modern, but it's been around for a hot minute. Just online free-to-play Star Wars game. Oh, oh. I guess I'm limited to only like really advancing or retreating mid-battle. Side keys just rotate me. It's probably something in the realm of like if DCU and WoW had a baby and it turned out to be Star Wars. You know what? I hope so too. Thank you. Let some of the good luck rub off over here. I won't say no to that. Oh, that was such a loud way to put my cup down. Sir, are you injured?
Feels like a gundark used my skull as a drum. Thanks for saving my hide, Captain.
It's actually a very favorable day within the
Scouting
stars
helped
today,
those
so I'm not
separatists get in here.
surprised. I don't
The
remember
scout is in
exactly
the
what's
back.
happening. But good things are happening in the sky today. Especially if you are a Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, or Sagittarius.
Scum stole my ship.
He took all the
You
weapons.
stole my
too.
ship?
He and the separatists must have been planning this all along.
I don't even
Hang
know
on.
it was my ship to begin
Where's
with.
Torchy?
I knew I had a ship, I
don't
just didn't know
believe
which one it
this.
was.
Skavik stole my blaster.
You stole my
Torchy's a
blaster.
genuine blast tech off
Fire
25
in
with
my
magnetomic adhesion
blasters.
grip and side-mounted rangefinder. She's
A
too good for
Taurus,
Skavik.
the bull. Your weapon doesn't
Get
matter,
the stupid
babe. I love you
blaster.
anyway.
Bring out my ship.
He's not getting away with this. Come on. Come on, pick up, blast you.
I didn't mean to click out of that. Stinker. April 20th. You just had a birthday. Did I wish you a happy birthday? I think I wished you a happy beer lead birthday. Happy belated birthday. Is that better or worse? To get like an early and belated happy birthday? Or to be told happy birthday on the day of? Which is better?
Bring my ship back, and I'll consider forgiving you.
She's so
This
serious.
first fucking handles like a drunken goobag, but I
In
like
your
it.
head I gave you all three. Well, that's perfect. That's exactly what we need. That's all that matters.
I thank you for your blasters, your ship, and a big laugh.
How old is this game?
Have a nice day.
Oh, AVG, if you run right now, I'll kick your butt. December 20th, 2011, this game launched. Oh, 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 oh. Not making a deal
Don't
with
be stupid.
you.
You can't win.
Yeah, you're being
No
stupid.
use. He cut the comm channel. He always was good at making an exit. Skavik stole my best blaster, but I guess it's not as bad as losing a whole starship. I feel for you, Captain. Listen, Skavik and I were working for a guy named Vidu. When he finds out Skavik's a separatist, he'll want revenge just like you. Do yourself a favor and go talk to Vidu in Fort Garnick. I guarantee he'll help get your ship back.
Vidu. Like Vigo the Carpathian.
Who exactly
Tell me
is
about
this
Vidu.
mysterious boss of yours? How can he help?
Vidu is the king
Who
of
is
cargo.
hims?
There isn't a payload that comes to Ord Mantell that doesn't pass through him. Vidu's a smart guy with connections everywhere. If anybody can find your ship, it's him. I have to lock down this hangar, but I'll send Vidu a holo and tell him what's up. Fort Garnick isn't far from here. I'll see you and Vidu there soon, Captain.
Aye, aye. Get some conquest points. Level 4. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This way. This way. And then this way. Can I rotate the map? No, only me. Oh, it's a big guy. I don't like the placement of this map. I wish I could scamooch it. Maybe I can? Interface editor. World maps overlay. Oh, is that better up there? Maybe, we'll see. Loot. Very interesting name. Human. Going for a run with the scout. I ran faster than you. Haha. That was rude. That was a wall. Your little feet paddling everywhere. Where would the entrance to this be? I think that's showing specifically an arrow through a doorway now that I look at it. No? You look like an entryway. There you are. I walked right by you. There's more building. Now I see. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. Freight workers, can they just like let me up an elevator? Vidu. Hello.
Welcome,
Hello.
Captain. I'm Vidu. Corso told me we've had a rough day. How about a drink to wash away our worries?
Oh, that felt good.
Here's a toast to my favorite things. The best collection
These
of
are a
artworks
few
and
of my
exotic beverages in the
favorite
whole
things.
system. And here's to the stupid separatists who destroyed it all. Between them and that backstabber Skavek, I am thoroughly ruined.
It's in ruins.
The blasters Skavek stole in your ship belong to Rogan the Butcher. As employers go, he's not the most forgiving.
That's a tough break. I'm sorry.
Ooh,
Feel sorry for
scary.
yourself. I'm working for him, but you're
Big
working for
stretch.
me. He'll blame us equally for this mess. He's killed enough people to fill a convoy of bulk freighters, and now we've crossed him. Rogan bought those blasters to protect his business from separatists. When
Bless
he
you.
finds out what's happened, guess
Bless
who
you.
dies first?
Bless you.
Only way we're getting out of this alive.
He looks
is
like
finding
one of
Skavek,
the
your ship, and those
bad
stupid
guys at
blasters.
the, what is it,
I've
the
got an
Sleeping
idea of what's
Duckling or
stopping
something,
Skavek.
Entangled.
There's a guy named Reiki.
The little
who's an
bar that
expert
they
on
visit.
separatists.
Snuggly
Problem is,
Duckling, I
Reiki's
think it
stuck
was.
behind the Republic blockade. Troops have his village surrounded while they contain the separatists there.
Must be somebody else with knowledge of the separatists.
There's big
Reiki's
sneezes.
the only person I trust to give us solid
It's the big
information.
sneezes.
I'm friendly with the Republic commander in charge of the blockade. I can get you in and out of the village. But you'll have to earn that free pass by taking out a few separatists to prove your loyalty. You up for that?
What am I going to prove by shooting separatists?
That you're not one of them. The Republic isn't letting any separatist sympathizers
Well,
out of that
thank you,
place.
Captain
Reiki's
Obvious.
village is running out of basic supplies thanks to the Republic blockade. Things are getting desperate in there. I'll pull together a survival kit. You smuggle it to Reiki, and he'll tell you a way to find Skavek. Reiki's at a hideout in Talaran village. I'll send a message so he knows you're coming.
Send secrets. Defeat separatist forces. 0 out of 8. What the fork are you? He was a bit dramatic, but I kind of like him. He reminds me of a character in Tangled. His look and his vocal tone. I don't think that's the way I go. way. We now have 31 conquest points. Look at us. So cool. We're conquistadors. Take me to the bad guys. Take me to them. Why are you clickable? You're a little cutie patootie. Can we have a fun little conversation? Oh, he's such a cute little guy. Can I pet him? Hello, friend. He's just a big little guy. He's just a little buddy. Oh, there's Pippi. Kind of. It's like a shrimpy AT-AT. Too far to select. You just go around it. Oh, well, look, there's all of you over there. Oh, he threw a boom at me. Do I have a healing thing for when we're not in combat? Should probably look into that. It's probably important. Ion wave. Stock strike. Recharge and reload. We're not that far down yet. Can use it in a bit. You're very stuck in the stairs there, step bro. It's unfortunate. Oh, I went past him. I didn't mean to. Whoops. Whoops the day is 7 out of 8. We need one more. One more bad guy. Find Reki's safe house. Where's your safe house? Did a couple of different campaigns for this game. I feel like the Sith stories were better. I think I played as a Sith before. I had a lightsaber. That's all I remember. Felt like it would be less intensive or challenging to start off as a good guy. I don't know. I think that's probably not true. I think that's probably only my own perception. But it's still... It's fine for tonight. We can make a new character tomorrow once we gain some proficiency. So I feel like the Sith storylines were way more like guided but more intense. Pew, pew, pew. I am liking this so far, though. I missed it. I didn't get far or do much with it the last time I played, but I know I enjoyed it. And I'm glad I'm still enjoying it in the same capacity. Green means go. Doom has trained me. Let's see what this does. I think I was too far. This is a little baby boop. It's the most little baby boop. And try the other one closer next time. Where are you getting me from? You booper? Thank you. I don't know, for how old this game is at this point, it still really holds up in my opinion. You did a boom shot. It's not cool. At some point I need to heal. Do I heal while I'm walking around? I don't think so. That feels like completely the wrong way. Do I need to go up the stairs again? We shall see. Well, the ramp. Not really the stairs, I guess.
You're certainly not a resident here, and you're no separatist.
His cheeks are so
You must
rosy.
be that hotshot freighter captain
He has so
Phoebe
much blush
described
on.
over the holo.
Oh my god.
You failed to express how beautiful you are, though. Color me impressed. These poor, starving ladies and I are very grateful for the supplies you brought. If I wasn't so exhausted, I'd throw you a party.
How about a little something extra for all my hard work?
Fine, fine. I'm too tired to argue with you. I'll arrange for
Good
some
boy.
currency transferred into your account. Vidu said you're seeking information on a particular separatist named Skavak. The only place to find personnel data like that is at Manet Point. I used to acquire quality goods at a discount on Manet Point. I discovered all manner of shortcuts through the island's warehouses.
Oh, did
I
you
kept
know?
detailed schematics of every maintenance passage and tunnel there. Unfortunately, I had to abandon those schematics when I fled Manet Point.
You've got a brilliant plan, right?
I always have a brilliant plan. That's why I'm still alive. My schematics are still in my former home. However, I short-circuited the building's door and sealed it shut when I left.
Well, that's
The only way to
unhelpful.
reopen the doors by disrupting Manet Point's power relays. Once you gain entry, you'll find my schematics cleverly disguised as an extraordinarily tedious treatise on birdwatching. Don't worry, I'll teach you the code I used to conceal my
Okay.
schematics. You won't die of boredom reading about rare waterfowl. Now pay attention and listen carefully, because you really
I saw a
don't wanna hear
bird
this
yesterday
twice.
when I was out with Ringo getting dog food. That was a bird that I've never seen before.
And
It's a strange
replace
bird.
every mention of the
It
Manitoulin
was
Flutterbloom with the number
like
30.
hawk
Did
sized.
you get all that?
Oh, dang it. But it had the same color feathers as a seagull, but it didn't have seagull face or build. I wonder what kind of bird it was. Sure.
I know
More or
it off
less.
once or twice there. You weren't kidding about the boredom.
Imagine how dull it was to write the blasted thing.
It's not helpful, but at
Once you
least he
read my
admitted it.
schematics, the way into the separatist computer station
Case
will
in
become
point.
clear.
Stranger
Unfortunately,
danger
that only
indeed.
solves half your problem.
It had to have been some kind of bird of prey because it looked just like a hawk, but it had seagull coloring, like it was lighter in color and gray.
Not mine.
To my knowledge, we don't have a lot of like
These poor ladies could use some
birding
cheering up.
clubs around here, like where people have falcons that hunt or whatever. But maybe it was one of those? A merlin? It was lighter in color. Like, it really did look like seagull colors. Like that. Does it even live out here? It's like a Canadian bird. They like mountain ranges. I feel like that's pretty unlikely. Oh, maybe. It's rare in most of the eastern United States, especially the Midwest, where they're not typically found outside the Great Lakes region. Where good-sized breeding populate. Oh, they're not typically found outside of the Great Lakes region, where breeding population occurs in the northern parts of Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, and somewhat into Ohio. So it's possible? I don't know, like, tell me that's not a hawk with seagull colors. Okay, when he's lighter, then I can see it. One of the two. Definitely not as brown as him, though. Like, way more on par of... What was the one I saw? Like, that kind of coloring. It was very seagull-y. Or like that. I am boggled. Your seagulls are different colors than yours. Because they're all white? That's pretty cool. I remember the ones at Disney in Florida being all white. But the ones we have are like more gray tinted. Bird Education Hour with Serena. They have a little gray backpack. That's probably closer to like what you have by you. The all white moin boys. But this is more our seagull. And a hawk and a pigeon love each other very much. That's kind of what it looked like. I had to do a double take. Like, what the fuck kind of bird are you? Take those supplies now if you don't mind. Okay, have fun.
This party is all yours.
Not entertaining
Indeed it is.
your ridiculousness. You just want attention.
But, it has its benefits. Enjoy your bonus with my company.
Mother.
Should arrive in your account shortly.
I need to learn how to lock this to screen. Return to Vidu. Okay, away we go. To Vidu. Do. I can't just jump over the edge. Well then. You get peregrine falcons a lot in LA, and they nest way up in the skyscrapers. Aww. They're so pretty. How did I get through or down or... oh, there's the... not stairs, but... the ramp. Stuffing things, stuffing things. The only really like unique bird we kind of get out here sometimes, at least to my knowledge, is we have every once in a while bald eagles will come up this far, which is cool. You see them a little bit more frequently when going down south, like when I've driven through Effingham. I think every time I've driven through Effingham, I've seen a bald eagle, which is cool. But occasionally, they'll come hang out over here. They're very pretty. They're very just majestic looking. They're very neat. Seen them a couple times fishing when I was a kid. That would be like 45 minutes out of the city. It's like not close, but not far. You did little bubbies. I don't know why I think those guys are so cute, but I do. They're adorable. California condor, which is just a big buzzard, really. I can imagine it being loud. Is it a loud bird? Well, most birds are loud birds. But still. For as nervous as I get around birds, I love owls, because owls are just birds with cat programming and visuals. They're just reprogrammed cats. Back to Vigu. Vigu. Back to Vigu. I think that was his name.
The freighter Captain Vidu's expecting.
Her name is Cyrena.
I'm Cyrena.
That's exciting. Cyrena. Well, hello there.
Pleasure meeting you. Likewise. My father flew tramp freighters.
Not super loud, but very big. Damn, it's a fucking dinosaur. That's not a bird. 9-foot wingspan.
About what happened with Skavik. Can't say I'm surprised.
That's a
I told
dino.
Vidu not to trust that scoundrel. Vidu's putting on a brave face for me, but I
A
can tell
condor
he's
is a
terrified.
dinosaur.
Is it bad? Should I be
In
worried?
real life, not our imagination. God damn it, stop clicking off the screen. To human is to air. Follow your heart.
In situations like this, always trust your gut. Good advice. Thank you, Captain. Sorry for keeping you from your appointment. Vidu's waiting in his office. I know he's eager to speak with you.
Then stop talking.
I'll
See
get
you
here.
later.
Farewell, Captain.
Farewell, alter ego Serena. Au revoir.
Like already, Captain. Help me and Corso finish this robe of steak. Don't let this fine cut.
Bit some trepidation with the larger birds. You couldn't. Fuck. You couldn't pee me. I tend to click on chat as I read it. I don't know why, I just do. It's my brain doubly addressing things. Larger birds are scary. They can genuinely do some damage. Do you guys know Karen the ostrich on Instagram? Ostriches are definitely dinosaurs.
Good to
Hello,
see you
Corso.
again, Corso.
Likewise. Looking forward
I'm
to
trying to
working
think of what
together,
her Instagram account is right
Things
now.
went well for you in Talaran. It takes
Does
nerve to
anyone
squeeze
know
through
about
such
Karen
stuff.
the ostrich?
Ricky told me he gave you a way into the Separatist hideout. Said something about a secret entrance.
I always wondered how
I think their
Ricky could steal so
Instagram
much
is
from
like
Manor Point
useless
and not get
farm or
caught.
something like
Getting
that.
into Manad Point will be
She just
extra
has a
tricky.
bunch of
For one thing, you have to
random
swim there.
rescue
When
animals
the Separatists invaded,
on a farm,
they
and it's
blew up
cool.
the bridge leading onto
The
island,
ostrich named
turning
Karen,
into their private
who
resort.
tries to kill her owner.
You're walking into the Ranker's den, Captain.
See if I can find their tag. Basically my main source of Instagram information. I just don't get much joy out of scrolling TikTok, but like Instagram is good brain rot for me. I don't know. Is it useless farm? Fuck. They've gone viral so many times. There we go. It is useless farm. Karen. I think that's Karen. No, that's Karen.
There's one I hate to. You're never gonna believe. Let's go let the animals out for the day. You're never gonna believe this, but our leg shipment was late again. But we're gonna do a little bit of a spring cleanup.
Usually just start with her like talking and then Karen goes in for the kill. Oh, an emu. My bad. I don't know my big birds. They're super mean but smaller. Karen has a hell of an attitude. It seems like the rest of the ones she has are pretty like well behaved and respectful of the pecking order. But Karen has seriously hurt her a few times. Broken bones in her face. She kicked her. Karen has a vendetta. For what? I don't know. She saved her life.
That's all we're gonna do.
And Karen is just a bitch.
Look, I'm just gonna say it. Nobody likes a dirty dick, so don't forget to wash it. Richard, come on. Did you guys hear about all the drama? You may not know this, but Gary's other little son. I have a little life lesson. Thank you so much for coming to guess whose birthday it is.
Need more unhinged Karen.
Many of you don't know Brenda, so I thought I'd pouring rain outside. Doug says he needs to share. I probably shouldn't be doing this. So something real sad. Oh my god. Just as a word of poor Michael. You guys look like you need. Hey, so when I say
I don't. There's a lot of other videos.
Karen, are you all ready for your egg hunt?
Whatever just pops up on my timeline 9 times out of 10 is just Karen being unhinged.
Karen, I said egg hunt.
I think the worst one is a cassowary. But again, a slightly smaller large bird. Do they have bad attitudes?
I mean, I guess between
I love what she does, and I love this life for her, and I think that's wonderful. But I'm gonna stick with angry dogs and cats potentially for the rest of my life. I don't think I'll have any
Michael
Karens in the zoo. I would love to have a llama. Llama. My dad got spit at by a llama at the Lincoln Park Zoo.
You want to know what Curtis? So baby Daniel wrote, "We have enough foolishness to last the other 364 days a year, so we don't really do April Fool's Day."
See, sometimes Karen
April
just
Fool's Day
chills.
This year, we decided to start a new tradition.
Sometimes
Being
she's
a little
nice
bit
and
kinder
sweet.
to one another.
Super aggressive and territorial. I would not feel any sort of confidence trying to work with a bird like that. I had trouble just with my little robiny friend. That was nerve-wracking enough. It's almost like a ballet that they do together. Like predicting Karen's next move.
Yeah.
It's a dance.
Fool's Day joke really got me. We have
Oh,
enough
Karen.
foolishness to
I
last
feel
the
bad though. I mean, like, she does all of this good in the world, and she does her best to make the most amazing life for this just bitch ass bird. And so many of her comments are like, you need to euthanize Karen. It's not safe to be around her, blah, blah, blah. And like, I understand people are coming from a place of caring, but ultimately, no one knows Karen like she does. And that's her own personal life to determine what's best. I don't know, I would have a hard time reading a lot of comments like that. I think you remember happening a lot at the zoo was the lion pissing on people. Do they raise their leg like dogs do, or do they squat? How do lions pee? Information that I thought I never considered I would ever be asking for in my life. How do lions pee? Does it matter, boys or girls? Do they squat? Are they leg lifters? Oh, I know that pose, the territorial spray. I know that pose.
Maybe I'll get lucky and find Skavic wandering around.
I bet that's quite a
That
stream.
won't be that easy to find, and I don't recommend asking for him door to door. If you
Oh
download
my
the
God.
Separatist computer files onto this datapad and bring it back here, we'll have
Damn it.
the rest.
I'd rather go with you, Captain. My Vira blade's
I would
pretty
imagine
good
the
for
girls
chopping
squat,
settlers off at the
but
knees.
territorial
I call
spray
her
might be
Fluey.
too much.
Forget about the Separatist Corso.
Well, if they truly are spraying, it's gonna have more
I'm on it, boss.
stuff in it
Good
than
luck
just
at Manor
regular
Point,
urine.
Captain.
last thing I
It's
need is
stronger,
Percy
it's more
turning around and
concentrated,
running
there's
out
other
there.
hormones in
He
it,
would just
like
get himself killed for nothing.
spray pee
Septic
is
just
much
wiped out his
stinkier
family
than
a couple
regular
years
pee.
ago.
Pee is stinky in
Close enough to
general,
be personal.
especially from kitty cats. But spray pee is way worse than regular pee. I'm glad you never got hit with that though. That's a positive in life. Very much so. Needs to toughen up, but that's not nice to say.
He started as warehouse labor, but he took to fighting like a Phyraxan shark to water.
Vidu, there's someone named Rogan calling on the holo. He sounds upset.
Oh, that's all I need. Stall him for me, sweetheart. Remember the plan.
All I can
Disrupt
hear when I
Mankind's
see his
power
face
base,
is,
get
I've
inside
got a
Loki's
dream.
home, and use those
I've got a
scabs to enter
dream.
the Separatist base.
Yada da 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 da
Maria,
da da da
slice into
da.
Separatist computer and download
Da da
everything
da
onto
da
my
da
data.
da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, I'm over it. Cat once got so mad at you. The family was staying over. She took it out on your bed, and you with the spray of her own. No! I've never been sprayed on by a cat before, thankfully. By a dog, yes, because I was sitting like on the couch, and he chose to walk by the couch and spray on it that way. So, I mean, thankfully it was only doggy style, not kitty cat stuff. But dang, I feel for you. Beds are not fun to clean. Like, at all. That's no bueno. I feel for you. Oh. I wish I could shrink that down. I don't necessarily want that. Disable the north power relay. Disable the east power relay. Disable the south power relay. Okay. My health did recharge. Decent. I don't think I know this musical. Oh, he reminds me of, I don't know who of each of the guys, but he reminds me of the guys in Tangled in the Snuggly Duckling, or whatever the little bard is, where Rapunzel sings I Have a Dream, and all the ruffians are in there. He has like the same voice and the same outfit. How does it start? I'm malicious, mean, and scary. My sneer could girdle dairy. And violence-wise, my hands are not the cleanest. But despite my evil look and my temper and my hook, I'd really like to be a concert pianist. Can't you see me on the stage performing Mozart? Tickling the ivories while they sing. And I don't remember what comes next at the moment, because now I'm locked back into the game. 'Cause way down deep inside I've got a dream. He's got a dream. He's got a dream. Da, 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 da. Where was that? I love that movie so much. I'm completely the wrong way here. What did I do? What is this nonsense you've become a part of, Serena? Ah, this doorway hides for me. Very Disney Melody-esque. Not my best attempt, but it is Disney. For some reason, I always want to say it's Pixar, but it is Disney. I don't want to get sued, otherwise I'd pull up the movie scene. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. I don't want Disney to come at me, bro. Wait, did I miss whatever the arrow thing was? Jump, you silly sloop. Is it saying it's in the ship? By whatever is up there. This seems more correct. Kind of. Please don't make me fly.
Reminder, mechanized travel is for official business only.
You are here. Security breach. That's our mission. Yes.
Safe out there.
I think it'll fly it for me. Hands off the wheel. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. That's what I was gonna click earlier. Update our little cosplay goal. Ten awesome humans. Thank you, babies. We have arrived at our destination. We're on the beach. Let's go swimming. Did you guys bring your swimsuits too? Hopefully. Oh, you made quick work of that. I was just a little baby helper. I didn't do nothing. Did I jump mid-shot? Yes. So we need to figure out more mechanics like dodge, etc. We'll get there. All in due time. Loot, 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 loot. It should be right there. Does that mean it's up on top of the rocks? It's tall? I think so. How to up? Stairs. Where do these stairs go? They go up. Where do these stairs go? They go up. You should be super close to one of them. Color surprise. Maybe it's this glowy thing. Well, look at you on the same mission as I. Fancy boy. Did that take out the thing? It doesn't say it's disabled. You must be in the appropriate mission to enter. Well, you know what? I go where I want, bitch. I do what I want. Am I being targeted by something? What does that mean? Ruh-roh. It's blue. That looks positive. Not like a negative thing. Does that mean I have this thing with me? Whatever I just grabbed, or clicked, or interacted with? Did it not fully do it because he was doing it at the same time? Ah! You can't double up. They don't like that, apparently. I suppose it's in the building? No. There's the other one. That's unfortunate. You don't want to go through them, Serena. Oh my gosh. Doesn't work that way. Oh, I wanted to try the other thing we had. I forgot. Next time. Do a little healing. Too far away. Now we go to the south. Oh, you have goodies too. Whoops. Oh, don't be there starting more shit. Don't do that. Where do we suppose this one is? Maybe in the building? I kind of think not, but you never know. No. Must be out in the open where we are exposed to danger. I only just cruise by in life for so long. Just casually running through whatever that butt plug thing in the air was. Oh, that did though. Proximity issue? My house. Can't loot whilst healing. Rude. Oh, stuff went away. Maybe, I think when you pick it up from one, it comes up from everyone. This needs to come back into play so that I can select it. Refresh. Fuck you, debris. Gunther is in the executive chair. He's in charge of the world. Aw, thank you. Smooches for everybody. Feel like a French or Italian before bedtime. Lubbies. Find Recky's treatise on bird watching. Okay. Where does Burbs? Oh, we got a fancy leather belt. Look at us. Doorway, where, what? Here? Are you a doorway? We're not eligible to enter at this time. Don't you know who I am? Don't you know what I do? I don't know why I keep glowing blue. I don't know what that means. I assume it's not something negative. You never know. Level up our clothes a little bit here. I guess I can't just dump things. Get a new riffle. It's like a butt plug. It's probably an even better jacket. Do we get any good pants yet? I'm getting hit, aren't I? I just realized that. It respawned. Rude. I think that's about all I want to change for the moment. Do I need to save this? I don't think that changed. Do that within there. I don't know. We're different. We're good. Didn't I just team not this way? Like, I don't have access for it. Oh no, we do now, I guess. Maybe there's a different door. What are you? Locked. You have such echoey paws. You an elevator? What? Oh, book. All right, let's do this.
I sure hope that cipher works.
Ah, that's where the door became important. Am I supposed to remember all these places? I'm not going to. Now we go back to the door. Now you offer me. Oh, it's the only option. The other glowy thing behind us. Well, no, now I'm nosy. What was it? Are you a thing? No, you're just shiny. You just look like a thing. He's an imposter. Fake noodles and impasta. Oh, I wanted to try this one again. Too far away. Oh, you have someone behind you. This feels like a very sniper elite corner. Okay, I don't really have ranged attacks, I now learn. Defeat separatist forces 3 out of 15 and infiltrate the separatist hideout. Alright. Let's go. Get to the infiltration. Infiltrate! What does that one do? I don't know about that. Could be better. They're all behind me. I don't really want to die. Do I have infinite heals? I think. Too far. I'm a bit overzealous there. Got some arm guards. Oh, I don't know. Sure. He says, pew pew. I will get you. 9 out of 15. But my health does regenerate while I'm bebopping. That's nice. I like that. I'm guessing this is the Separatist hideout. Infiltrate we shall. That's not going to be beneficial long term. Pew pew. Mission Impossible music intensifies. I've got a point there. It's an interesting observation. don't think I'm close enough for that. We're learning. We're learning. Quit launching your bubble, stinky buttercup brown. 13 out of 15. There we go. That's how that's supposed to go. Escape is not one, Serena. Escape is not one. Get some conquest points. Schmancy. Is there really another Mission Impossible movie? Would that be 4 or 5 now? For whatever the newest one is. Need to access the separatist computer. Computadora. I did stuff and things. It was decent. It was satisfying. Need to heal for but a moment. And then our next round of friends. I don't know if I have to be running to heal or if I can just stand still and do it. Safety corner. Number 8? Well, number 1, I lost count at some point. I haven't seen any of them. Number 2, holy shit. It has to be just like a cash grab at this point, because I'm sure there's super fans of the series. That's wild. I remember 1 and 2 being like very spoken about, but I remember 4 and 5-ish being like kind of laughed about, but on number 8, that's insane. That's like almost as many Harry Potters as we have. We don't need as much of Tom Cruise as all of that. God. That's nuts. No, on one of my playlists, there's like an EDM remix of the Mission Impossible music that comes on. I didn't know what it was. I think you told me that's what it was, Sargenix. Just knew it sounded like epic. Is that what it was? It does collect them all. Gotta catch them all. Where are you telling me to go? There's an awkward hallway. It's not the way I need to go, but I'm curious. Too close for comfort. I don't know what I was trying to try there. I was just trying things. I was just doing the things. Keep meaning to watch the Magical Beasts Harry Potter. I haven't watched it. I don't know if it was good or not. I would imagine it would be enjoyable. I don't think they would have cheaped out on it. I just wonder how much of a different direction they took the storyline in versus how it was presented in text. That one little pretty boy is in it. I can't remember his name right now. But my niece had like the biggest crush on him when it came out. He has the little pygmy puff pet. I think I'm running around down here kind of uselessly. Oh, maybe not. Stuck. Use something I need. Oh, that's the separatist computer. Okay, somehow I did go the right way. I did it.
Come on, Force, and say it just like I taught you. The Republic lackeys
I'm surprised, but not shocked, but mildly interested in the fact that HBO, I think it's HBO, maybe it was Disney, somewhere is doing a whole brand new Harry Potter series.
Specifically, the bodies over there. Setting alert status
Supposedly more accurate to the books. I think in a TV show context, but I don't exactly know. That's
this is
too
about
bad.
To get real ugly for you.
Force an open fire. Combat protocols activated.
Don't turn on me. Shame on you. I don't think he has anything to defend himself with. That was kind of not nice of me. Oop. Colin Farrell's in it. I don't think that's the pretty boy you're talking about. No, he's much... Not that Colin Farrell's old, but a much younger gentleman. Him, whoever him is. Eddie Redmayne. I never would have known his name. I never would have guessed his name. But the dude who plays Newt Scamander. Him. He's a little pretty boy. Pretty boy. He was the main character of many of my niece's fan fictions at the time. You know not to trust blushing boys. You know, I had a theory, but now it's confirmed. Return to Rendia Freight. So much travel. We're getting our steps in tonight. Like, hardcore. Was there a door out from where I was? No. We went through here. This map layout is still a little uncomfy. I'm proud of myself. I've gotten way better at using maps in games over the years. But it's a little uncomfy of a layout. I don't know why. What about it makes me feel like it's like inverted or something? I guess because it doesn't rotate with my motion. So I'm going forwards right now, but like on the map I'm going backwards in my mind. In a nutshell, I just make a whole lot of sense, don't I? The most sensical creature, oops, that ever was. This is where we came up from. Stairs. Door. Yes. I remember that. I thought that was something. Awkward hallway? Don't get stuck on the wall. Don't do that. Green. Green means go. You have left the instance. Okay. Probably the best map trainees playing Doom with their wacky 3D maps. That was certainly a visual to get used to. That was an experience. Buddy battle. Sometimes there's an option to have the map rotate with you. I can move it around on the screen. It's a good point to look for, though. Interface. Interface. Map. Map fades when moving. Fade world map sides completely. Show map notes for untracked missions. There's Y and Z coordinate on displays. I don't think so. That would be nice. I think I do want to move it over a little bit more. What did I do to do that? Interface editor. If it's below the mission tracker, there's not too much else that pops up over that. And it's mostly out of my way. Is there anything in here that'll do that? Map options. Fixed. Scroll. Let's just go with fixed. Okay. I feel like I'm on like an actual spaceship, space station when I open this screen. That makes me feel like I'm in control of the battle of the end of the world, where I must succeed in order to save all of mankind when we are all doomed to a space existence. This is my Star Trek screen. Well, hello there, friend. I'm just going for a stroll and I'm just sitting on my butt. Oh, you have stuff. What stuff? Give me the loot. Give me the loot. It would be nice if it would rotate with me, but that's okay. The game is from 2011. Like, really, what can we expect as far as schmancy stuff? It's quite excellent for just being 2011, honestly. It's 15 years old. Not as detailed as Doom, but really only like 3 steps behind it. It's 2016 versus 2011. Really don't feel like there was much difference in graphics between what I remember from Eternal and from 4 either. To that way. I got boomed. It was unfortunate. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. I'm not meant to jump up there, I suppose. It's not meant for me. It's meant to be. That will be. There are parts of 4 that looked better than Eternal, you thought? I would probably venture to agree. I'd be curious to get a visual on Eternal again and see the comparative. I feel like the glory kills were more detailed in 4 versus 3, or 4 versus Eternal. Fuck you and your grenade. You little shit. Didn't your mother tell you that's not nice? Nobody ever taught you. Duff. That way? Don't you all look like fun? Buddy system, kind of. What game are you playing, Midnight Dynamite? It really is such a beautiful thing when games age masterfully, as you say. It's the little things in life. It's this one, the little things in life. Oh, I probably could have dodged that and just didn't look. GTA Online, nice. You're a big GTA fan. You need to figure out how to stop or dodge those. It's not fun. Gunther Scritchins. You're so cute. I really thought the way would be up here, Ray, but I don't think you want to jump down there, Serena. I mean, maybe you do, but I don't think you do. Will it let me? I mean, like, that's the worst that could happen. That may have been corrected? I don't think that was correct. There might be a travel point somewhere, though. I can just ship on back. It looks like it. He just sped out of there. There's a rock. Maybe that was a log. I don't know. I feel like perhaps mistakes were made. But I'm okay with that. There's a cute little guys. I think we're back at the right place. I think. I hope. I think I remember you mentioning that. The association with one of the creators. That's very cool. If only those coins would translate to IRL, right? Blurp, blurp.
Leave me alone, Bracco. If Vito knew about this, he'd...
Vito? That blob can't even protect himself. It's only a matter of time before Rogan the Butcher...
Aw, that's awesome that they let you customize the
You better
babies.
start thinking about the future, girl.
The
When
little
Vito's
fur
gone,
babies.
You'll need new friends.
Captain, thank goodness. I could use your help here.
I feel like that's an extremely memorable thing.
Make me an offer? No, think about it.
You're one
Oh,
cold-hearted
that
woman.
means I'm getting
See this
Sithy.
blaster up my sleeve, Bracco?
I forgot I
I'm
put
watching a
the
scorch mark where your face used to be.
the
Get
indicator
lost.
into my dialogue.
Hey,
I didn't
take it
consider
easy.
that.
We don't want any trouble, see? We're gonna...
Can it just be neutral, like not Jedi or Sith?
What are you looking at, you useless worm?
Get Sithy. Get Sithy. The real Serena.
Fire me, lady.
Oh, you have no idea.
Makes me laugh. It's time to get Scythian here.
Through nothing.
Get Scythy. Get Scythy. Made me laugh. Vidu! Where the fuck are you? Sir. Sir Saucy Pants. I don't know why that's his name now, but it is. Sir Saucy Pants. Stairs? Well, they're not stairs, but they're stairs, okay? I'm malicious, mean, and scary. My sneer could curdle dairy.
Never get back. Tell me you've got those separate
Sauce pants or pans? It's a choose your own adventure. Whatever you feel most comfortable in. I had a blast. I got them and I saved Serena.
After your girl, Vidu.
Cute.
Word must be getting out. We're in trouble. The warehouse boys, no blood in the water.
The warehouse boys sounds like the Hardy Boys.
Just keep an eye on them.
But they're sharks,
Those
they
thieves
smell
that
blood in the
can
water.
move against me will clean house. You did good, Captain. Corso found us a terrific little slicer kit, so we're ready to decrypt that data.
Time is up. Oh shoot, I gotta take a pause in a sec and give Peebs and Marbs their meds.
Only you can do.
It's a sign of a good, well-enjoyed game. Lose all sense of reality. Slavak, like Slavka? Let's hear it. Let's set up our. I thought she said shit, which honestly both would work. But I don't think that would be typical Star Wars dialogue.
It's not enough. We need to destroy
Set up our next mission point.
He really wants a canister of some special chemicals from a nearby village.
The big boom run? Are you kidding, boss? I can see it making Rogan's day, but it's blasted risky.
Explain yourselves.
Boom run make Rogan happy.
It will make him a lot
Dun,
of money
dun,
from the Republic and kill a lot of separatists. It's a win-win scenario. There's a loopy scientist with a chemical that can supercharge artillery cannons. It makes them do more damage.
But it's less stable than a drunk savrip on a speeder bike. Handle it wrong, and suddenly you're little chunks of ex-captain.
Sure, it's tricky, but you've got the skill to get it here. Did I mention this run pays unbelievably well?
Just
Credits,
how
you say?
unbelievably well are we talking about?
You do this. And you can buy
Explain
some
it to
nice
me real
upgrades for your
good.
Starship when you finally get it back. Trimbo is the scientist's name. Got a place in Orodam village. I'll let him know you're coming.
See me before you make that run, Captain.
Giggity.
We should talk.
Okay. I will say, as much as I miss being my little lightsaber character, the layout of missions in here, and again, it might just be me being a slightly better gamer than I used to be. The way this is all being presented to me makes a lot more sense than it used to. It is officially Star Wars Day in my time zone. You got, like, what, another hour and a half-ish something? Because it's 12:30 here. It is officially Star Wars Day. Someone remind me that I'm just muting the sound on my computer. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if we hear it in the background, as long as I don't leave the mic on as we go on the go. What all do I have open for this? That and that. Okay. It is officially May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you all, Club Cult. Getting some eeps soon. I do not blame you. Get the sleep while you can get it. Take it when you can. It is important. Maybe PB will be sweet and not chaotic and assist in the lulling to sleeps. I make no promises, but that would be nice. May the 4th be with you. Always. Always. Open and reload. It's 2 special days. It's Star Wars Day and it's Cyogenics Entrance Day. say eugenics, what's what I'm looking for? Indoctrination into Club Cult Day. And it has been an honor and a privilege to have you here. In Serenaville, in Club Cultlandia. In this, the beautiful space that we occupy. Tiger is sleepy. He just did a big... Why are you not? Are you dead? No. There. Spotlights on Gunther. I think he's still back there, yes. Check. I'm gonna lose audio for a second while I flip us over. So there we go. Aww. It's a good thing I moved my camera. You're gonna make me tear up. Or if at the very least, I'm blushing. Honor and privilege is mine. Thanks so much for sharing as much of yourself in the zoo that you do. Wow. Well, it is a pleasure and a privilege to share all of that, but it's even more of a privilege to have Club Cult be a part of it. We're all just one big happy. Usually. Sometimes I'm a little bitchy, but mostly we're just one big happy. We have trust issues with Blush now. Oh no. Oh no. Gunther is the CEO, indeed. But he's a good little sleuth. He's in charge of everything. He's the president. I don't know what I want to do with that chair. I love that chair, but objectively, it needs like a lot of work to make it daily functional, and I don't have the time nor the effort to like put it how it should be. I don't know what I want to do with it. I thought about moving it into my bedroom because I really, really hate the desk chair from in there. The desk chair in my bedroom is like, I had it in my apartment. It's very old. It's extremely uncomfortable. It hurts to sit on. It hurts my butt. It hurts my butt very much. And Gunther really likes this chair. Do we just have a random chair in the stream room now? What difference does that make from all of the other random chairs that we have in the stream room right now? Chairs everywhere. Cat chair. Now with free cat hair. I mean, it was a cat chair from the start. Simply because it's scritched. What difference does that make? Shut up, Serena. I hate when that opens unmuted. Try and pull up chat. He likes it. I think I'm gonna leave it in here. I'm just mildly embarrassed that it's like cockeyed because it's not adjusted properly. That's really my only issue with it, is that it's cockeyed. It looks trashy, kind of. Not it, classy, trashy, a little badassy. But it has a Gunther, so it's automatically peak. Get cozy up for the real world. Leaving our lizard lights. I can fix it. It'll just take probably like 3 days of a lot of effort. Yeah, maybe you guys are just looking at it crooked. That's really what it is. If I fix it, I'll want to sit in it though. And he likes having it. He's so happy. You can't tell him no. He's perfect. He's perfect. Gunther is our king. It's not even the CEO chair anymore. It's his throne. In the land of fluff and floof instead of the land of ice and fire. Oh wait, was it song or land? The books are up here. Song of Ice and Fire. Close. Close enough. Let's give Marbs her. Oh, good. I got the tripod stuck on it. Sheesh. We'll pop in with baby Peebs. Uh-oh. Oh, that's just the upload screen. It uploaded. Hello, Miss Marbelan. Hello, Missy ma'am. Hello, Missy ma'am. It is mezzo clock. Actually, it's a little bit after mezzo clock. Mom was locked into games. Sorries. Sorries. You gonna get some food first, chunky lady? Gotta eat first. Got company for dinner. Gotta eat first. Which is good. Just something to absorb in her tummy. She had a deep sleep going on. She did. She was snuggly in the blankies. She loves plushies. Like, she'll actually chew, like, nurse into them and then go to the point of chewing on them and then, like, suckle on it but still be chewing on it and drag it around the house. She's weird like that. I love that for her. It's beautiful. She was snuggling with Doggy. Just being a little bed gremlin. Hi, sissy. Ready? You gotta open your alligator jaws. I know you don't want to. I'm sorry. It help you relax. Okay, good. Good job. It's so hard to scruff her. She has such a thick neck. She has a neck like a bodybuilder. She has like no scruff. Like the most minimal amount of scruff you can imagine. She's chunky. Chunky lady. Chunky lady. Did you ever have babies? I don't think so. I think Marbles is so chunky. Well, she's a big cat anyway, but I think she was so chunky because she probably got spayed later in life. Void is getting a little bit chunky, but not like fat chunky. I don't even know how to describe it. And cats have a couple of litters and get spayed later in life versus sooner, even though Void is probably only about 2. They tend to get a little round. And of course, Marvel's this thing, so that's how she's round. She's a round lady. Hello, huh? Hello, girl. Hello, you sweet girl. You're a good baby. Decided the perfect way to rotate our patterns. So in the morning, like after stream, I'll switch off between the boys and Marbs. And then after, I think that's how that'll work best. Hi, baby girl. It's a little baby mama. It's a little baby mama. You just gotta get to Thursday, and then we'll see what's going on with your face. Yes. Little baby bee. She went smooches, I think. Well, just the idea of, not the actual of. Marbles, you're so pretty. She's just a big PB. He's Biggie, and then the next room over is Smalls. Bloop. You're a good girl. You want more lovins? You always want more lovins. Last night I snuggled with the boys. So we'll snuggle with you this morning. We'll snuggle with you after stream. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect girl. Perfect girl. Oh, Marbles, you got all of the smooches. Get over here. Chunky lady. Chunky lady. She's like the prettiest girl. She's the perfect representation, fur-wise, of a mackerel tabby. You're perfect. You're a model. You're fancy. Now I have Marbles flew from my eye. I might need the mirror. I might just be able to use you guys. I don't know. I got the floof. I need the big mirror. I'll be right back. Marbles will be large and in charge for a moment. There's a floofle somewhere. I don't know where. I can't see it, but I know it's there. Okay. There was two. That's why that was overly problematic. There was two floofs. Aww. Could be tough finding the appropriate cat emote when there's like 1,000 cats, you know? And I don't blame you guys. It's a baby. Ah, Savannah. My pretty lady. With her chunky cheek. Marbles is so sweet. She would be good with old people. She would be good with kids. She would be good with everyone. Marbles does have a mean bone in her body. She's a nice lady. She don't let no one fuck with her. She's a nice lady. We love you, sweets. Alright, let's get Peeps her meds. And turn off your big light so you don't have to see sunshine at 12:42 in the morning. ManyVids is so dumb. In order to upload on there, I have to do it on my computer, on my laptop specifically. And I've run into this issue with MV before. I think it's like a similar issue to what I'm running into with Twitch. But that's all kind of besides the point. Their website is always wonky and shitty and doesn't work properly. But in order to upload, I have to upload on my computer. And even if I can get to the posting screen on my computer without ManyVids crashing out, I can't ever pull up tags anymore on PC. So I have to upload it on my computer and then finish posting it on my phone, which is quite tedious. It's like a 3-step process. It filters so you cheat. Cheater, pumpkin eater. Oh, sorry, PB. I bonked my butt. That hurt me more than it hurt your feelings. Ow. That was unfortunate. Hi, Tiny. What you doing? There she is. Little Marbles. Little Marbles does not want to be held right now. Oh, Java the honey. We're playing the game of your people. Front heavy bloop. Front heavy bloop. You can do couch time. Alright, let's do couch time to med time. Couch time is peak. Top tier. Get your Sibida. Nope, stay up there. Stay up there. It works for me. It's helpful for me. Don't step on that. No, come back up for couch time. Couch time! My child. She doesn't care about that sound. I don't know why I thought that would work. Peebs, come here. Yes, you're very cute. Can we do couch time? Couch time? I think she's gonna come back up. I think. Just thinking about it. Pondering the experience. Hello. Kitty elevator. Okay, ready? I know, you don't like it, but it's a giant tube in your mouth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You gotta open. There you go. Good job, sis. I got it on your cheek. There. All better. Good job. Good job. Really glad she doesn't mind the taste of it. I wonder what it tastes like. I'm not gonna lick it, but I want to smell it. I mean, it smells like CBD. I touched my nose with it. But it also smells like something meaty. Yeah. Emulsifying wax, lecithin, MCT oil, methyl paraben powder, modified tapioca starch, Palivate WP 0.25 flavor. Like, it almost smells like... I genuinely can't tell if it smells chickeny or beefy. I keep touching my nose with it. That's so gross. It smells like CBD and cat food. She is so easygoing. She's such a good girl. I think she's so good for meds too, though, because she's been on meds almost consistently since I've had her, and that's been the beginning of January. When you have to deal with something every day, you get used to it. Aw, peepers. I don't know many of those words. I know the word wax. I know the word tapioca. I know the word potassium. I know the word rice. Maybe your cat needed medicine. It's been stuffed from the back of a spoon in her ear because she's so mean. Aww. Cats are so hard to give medication to. You really have to find, like, the proper rhythm on their terms to be able to do it. It's not pleasant otherwise. And sometimes they just don't ever want to do it. I think it depends on the person doing it too. They really have to trust them. Like, Voya would let me give him his meds no problem. But he's smacked my buddy trying to give him meds before, and he smacked the shit out of my dad trying to give him meds. But he was perfect for them for me. He just didn't want anyone else doing it. What's she doing, Peebs? She's doing the same thing she did last night. She's just sticking her butt under the chair. And now she's crawling under the chair. She's all stoned. She wants to go under Stoner Cave now. I think. I don't know. What's your guys' perspective on that? Just with her little butt sticking out. Oh, her tail all the way went under now. She just wants to be in her little Stoner Cave? Question mark? Yeah, trying to hotbox under the chair. Exactly. I always figure she's feeling better when she starts flinching away from the ear stuff. Aww. Yeah, they do get more wily about it once they're feeling a lot better. That's the downside of them needing meds, is it's like almost easy-ish at first because they don't feel good, and it's like, oh god, you really don't feel good. But it is nice to see the measurable feistiness in terms of them definitely feeling better. Tries to mellow out and be couch locked, or perhaps in this case floor locked. Oh my goodness. Alright, Peebs, have your under the chair time, I guess. She's creeping her face out, kind of. She's very stoner vibes at the moment. She's purring under there and making tiny biscuits, by the way. I don't know if that shows up on camera or not. She's satisfied with herself. Aww. Cats are so terrible about hiding things, too. Like, actually, they're good at hiding things, but it's very annoying and terrible. They hide from that store, and then it's like, oh god, Dad, I don't feel good. Mom, I don't feel good. And it's like, bro, shouldn't have gotten this bad. Oh my goodness. I think it's important to be satisfied with yourself. She's a cat for the modern age. She is. She's a... I don't know what the new generation is called. What's the new generation called? She's that. By personality and actuality. Silly girl. I can leave your light on. You're still on Zoom time. Yeah, that too. I mean, an emergency is emergency, but very rarely does an emergency happen within general hours. Gen Z is the new one. She's my little Gen Zer. Call her Gen A. Gen Z. Professor Z. No, that doesn't work. I was thinking like Professor X. Are you by your food bowl? Aw, Gunther joined Zeke on the bed. It's not that Gunther and Zeke aren't getting along, but they're definitely still figuring out each other's hierarchies again. It's been nerve-wracking a little bit. Zeke is getting a little bossy with Gunther, but Gunther is also advocating for his space. They haven't fought, but they're not in the same symbiosis that we once had. The game paused. Oh, does it time you out? I didn't consider that. I think it did time you out. Let me flip us back over here. Audio. Audio. I think even though it's not old, my phone is just getting old. It's starting to get hot. Well, it's been overheating when I tried IRL. But it's starting to get hot when we're on the go streaming too. And I don't know what to do about that. Refuse to call them Gen Alpha. No, we are the Alphas. We're in charge. Gen Alpha has come to be, so dependent on age, so she might be that. Well, Peebs I'll call Gen Alpha, but that's about it. This is gonna be loud for a second. I'm gonna internally fix my audio. Big brain stuff. Preferences. I don't like having to adjust my computer volume for everything. 69 is good. We'll adjust it as we go back and forth. That's true. Phones really aren't made for streaming. Wonder if there are phones that people have reviewed that do necessarily perform well with stream. Do your game thing. Aw, that's super important. Go game with your nephew right now. Go, 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 go. I appreciate you and you're wonderful, but go. Some of my best memories gaming with my niece and nephew, except in Minecraft. Not that a new phone is on the radar at this point, but why an iPhone? Well, I actually don't know the price comparison between Androids and iPhones, but in my head, Android is cheaper than iPhone. There, I probably could have done that before. Holy shit, that's huge on my end. It's so big. Without overheating. I would take not overheating and longevity over quality. Like, no matter what, it's likely going to be about 1080p. And that's okay. 4K would be better. But that's interesting. A flip form. Is that the one that opens like a book? Thank you for the smooches for the zoo. I'm just being nosy. You can save up to $582 on your purchase. That's already way out of what I would prefer any kind of price range to be. It's about on par with an iPhone. I did, however, recently get an offer from my internet company for a year of mobile on them with certain phones being included in that, like, free. So maybe that's worth looking into. Even refurbished, that's expensive. I don't want anything refurbished for shit that I need, though. If it's something I just need to mostly work, then refurbished is fine. Otherwise, I just really don't trust anything refurbished. That's crazy. It's interesting, though. You will be an Android girly one day. Pretty sure no phone is made for longevity. I mean, like, in terms of the battery. Not necessarily it lasting years and years and years and years and years, but in terms of battery life, longevity. I think I went way far away. Down the stairs. Through the corridors. That's, I don't think, the right way. This way. No. This way. I'm really good at losing this doorway. Is he in here? Oh. He's right there. It's perfect. Oh, that's horrible. Got lost. I feel for you. That's no bueno.
Captain, the big boom run isn't a stroll on the beach.
Batteries can be swapped out fairly easy. Can you open the back of an Android? Like you used to be able to do with all phones, but you can't do with an iPhone without screws? Welcome, miss. Hope you're having a good night so far. Dang it! I will one day find a way to pin this to the screen. Actually, can I just do... I have an idea. No, never mind. I tried that with a different source earlier. I will homework this off stream. Figure it out so it's better for tomorrow. Flashy. Oh, well, thank you. Keep your used junk. That's not a very nice answer.
Never look a free blaster in the barrel.
I'll breathe a
You
lot
can, but it
easier
has an
knowing you're
annoying
ready for
adhesive that
anything.
you have to replace each time. That's better than a whole bunch of tiny screwdrivers and magnifying glass and everything it takes with an iPhone. It's not bad. A little effort never hurt nobody. The hidden door. So we want to go to Trimbo's house and activate the lore object to learn more about modification. So, do we have more new goodies? New jacket. I would assume there's somewhere that I can sell whatever I don't want or need. New gloves. Schmense. We want to ascend. How doth one ascend? That's not a way to go. Use this kit from these guys called iFixit. They have all the proprietary bits for Apple and Android. That's awesome. It's nice to have a resource for stuff like that. No, I missed it. I passed it. Where? Oh, up there. I think we're traveling.
Greetings. You are cleared for the following travel routes. Be safe
Okay.
out there.
Whee! Whee!
Republic Command sent a walker. About time. Help us put it through its paces, would ya?
Zoom, 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 zoom. I don't know exactly which order all of the releases are, but this is Star Wars: The Old Republic. Bloop, bloop. Swator. Swator. Need more of the planned obsolescence than succumbing to repair. Yeah, that's true. That's why I'd say, like, my phone is getting old. Like, it's not old, but it's acting old. But it's not old. It's irksome. Where do you need me to go? Where do you need me to go? Door. Why do these hide from me? Like, they're truly invisible to me. Speak to Lunda.
You must be here for my husband. I told Master Vidu he's gone out fishing. Would you like a sweet flat cake instead?
My index finger needs to pop and it won't. Oh, there it goes. Fishing in a war zone.
Separatists.
What's
Judgment.
Trimbo doing out fishing?
Catching dinner, I hope. We're making
Aqualish
Aqualish
medley.
medley.
That sounds
If you
gross.
don't feel like waiting for Trimbo, the walk out to him is lovely. The beach is so relaxing.
You're getting some practice in on here tonight,
I'll be
miss.
thrilled to have some company.
Because
Now
tomorrow is
it's
Star Wars Day.
Because Rhodey and Peppers won't cook themselves.
And I don't want to just jump back into this blind. It's been years since I've played. Must make more room in your inventory to accept this reward. I didn't know I could drop things. I didn't mean to use that. Oh, we can just throw things in the garbage. Okay. That's fine for now. I don't like maintaining inventory. I don't feel like doing that right now.
Always nice to see you, dearie. Now shoot, I'm cooking.
Did I get the thing that she hath? It all makes sense now. This isn't a real stream. This is just a practice stream. I'm here in spirit and in body. He's so cute too. Looks like some mix between like a bison and a beetle. He's moderately adorable. Swoosh, swoosh. That's what they said when you were born. It's funny. I don't think I'm missing the mark here. No, there's a turnaround. I feel like we're in Borderlands. It's confusing. It's not confusing, just mentally, just visually. Speak to Trimbo. Where's this Trimbo you speak of? That I need to speak to. Should be right here, and you're not. You discovered the volcano camp. I don't think I need to talk to you.
I got an assault to plan.
No. You've got mail? Activate the lore object. What is it having? Which one is it having me do right now? Is there more down? I don't think I want to jump over that ledge. Floor is lava. Somewhere beachy? Am I just looking at this wrongly? I don't think so. I don't think it's down here. He's a cute little guy. Oh my god, he is down here. No shit. You weirdo. Why are you just in this little corner?
Don't stand there. That's
of the world.
Reserved exclusively for my Gundart friends.
Okay, Sheldon Cooper.
Your
That's my
ears
spot.
Are too small. Listen, do you smell that? There's a pot of Alderaanian stew.
I think he's been down here a little
But how
too
can I
long.
smell it all the way on Ord Mantell?
Vidu
Vidu sent me to pick up a canister of chemicals from you.
What's a Vidu? Some kind
He's
of
enjoying
musical
something.
instrument? Is that what keeps playing that awful tune I can't get out of my head? I do recall a man saying to expect a stranger coming for my chemicals. You seem pretty strange. Was he talking about you?
Why else would I be here?
Have you been diagnosed with a terminal illness? Are you trying to avoid marrying someone? There are better ways to kill yourself, you know.
Oh my god.
People haven't had much luck getting my chemicals. Know why? Those Ugnaught assassins in the woods attack everyone who visits me.
I'll just kill everyone who tries to
I
stop
think
me.
we gotta humor him.
That hasn't worked out well.
You gotta humor Crazy. There's no reasoning with Crazy.
Maybe you'll be the lucky one. What you really need is a precision teleporter, but a former assistant crashed my prototype into the sun. Good luck, my friend. If you should explode, please feel free to come back and tell me.
Hopefully we won't explode.
Everyone else has.
Would that be the storage unit? Deliver the chemicals to Vidu. Back to Vidu. Vidu, 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 Vidu. I don't know which is the path of least resistance. Didn't quite do what I intended to. We have an advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an advancement. Why are you still going? Oh, my inventory is full. Fuck. I hate managing my inventory. Oh no, I didn't want that on. Nope, stop left clicking that. Cannot equip this item. Oh. It looked equipable. Garbage. Garbage. Give a gift to your companion to increase your influence with them. I don't think at any point we must lose a weapon, but you never know. know that's the good one. Oh, those can't be grouped together. That's silly. Don't need no street gloves. Requires level 8. Oh. We have a belt. Didn't realize we had a belt. Just a bunch of knickknacks and odds and ends. Okay, inventory maintained. Perfect, mostly-ish timing. I'm gonna die. I survived. And now I can take it all. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Going still in a general this way direction. Crossing the sands of time. They're gonna shoot me in the butt. You never know, you can just sneak by though. Little Pete's just booping by. I could use the zappies on her. Him, them. This one over here that's out to get me. Oh, I left shit back there. Oopsies. Whoops. And over there too, but I don't feel like going all the way back there. Get some credit chippies. Bloop. So cute. I think we have to follow like the side path anyway. I think I need to lock him as a target before I do that too. He's a demolition chief. He's a tough guy. He's a tough guy. Bloop, 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 bloop. Annihilated. Glowies. So there's a belt. I think we have to go around. Oh, there's an up over there. Oh, that hit no one. Extremely helpful. Glowy BBs. I think the up will scoot us around. Oh, that's cute. SCE3, that like breaks my dyslexia. Ah, yes. That is how it's done. Loot, 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 loot. I was thinking this will spin us around. Yeah. Don't hit me. Pedestrians have the right of way. Power walking. Okay. Leaving event area. Gunther food. Good boy. Up, 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 up. Vigo sure loves me being his errand bitch. Or Vidu, not Vigo. Vidu. Take it easy. Just calm down, babe.
You'll want to handle real careful, like.
Don't worry. This canister's safer than a senator's daughter in a room full of Jedi. Getting Trimbo's chemicals saved our necks, Captain.
It sounds both secure and kinky. Deserve hazard pay, that too.
I know what you mean. Every time I talk to him, he thinks I'm his great-grandfather who crashed into a black hole. I've got good news and great news, Captain. We cracked the Separatist computer files and found Skavik.
Vidu, you promised you wouldn't get so excited. It isn't good for your heart.
Sorry, sweetheart, but this is going to be great. Skavik won't even see us coming. Ha!
Where's my ship?
I still have my starship.
What about my ship?
And the blasters. Great, huh? We'll get back everything he stole.
He is a bit rotund.
Skavik is taking the
Whoops.
blasters to the Separatist
He
base.
reminds me of one of the ruffians from Tangled.
Crazy, huh?
What do you expect from foaming at the mouth murderers? I wish
His
that
voice
volcano
and
would blow its
stature.
top.
Skavik's delivering the blasters to a psycho named Derek at the base. You need to get there first. And Skavik shows up, you can ambush him, grab your ship, and fly back here. Easy, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You're about to
Easy.
see a real live hero in action.
Easy peasy lemon
You've got
squeezy.
2 heroes. I'm not sending you alone. Take Corso with you, Captain. The kid knows more about blasters and vibroblades than anybody I've ever met.
I owe Skavik payback for taking Torchy. That was lower than low.
It'll be nice to have some backup.
Come along, R2.
Glad you think so.
Tangled is one of my favorite
You
movies.
two head for the
I love it.
Separatist base, kill Derek, and ambush Skavik.
I love it. I love it.
I've got a bottle of Chandelier brandy to open.
There's a level in. Oh my god! We played through some Kingdom Hearts on stream. I think it was 3 that we played through. While it was on PS Plus, and then it went off of PS Plus before I finished it, which was upsetting. But I never got to that part. Oh, I have FOMO now. You've got a deal.
I wish you two good luck.
It was such a bummer. I was enjoying the game so much.
Back in one piece.
Oh, select one of your reward items. I don't know. A credit box. Or arm guards. Let's do arm guards. Is it a right click? I am selecting it. Do we need to drag it somewhere? Oh, it's from... I was looking at the wrong thing. Story companion. Story companion. Story. What? At 1, 2, or 3 Club Cult. I have no preference. 1, 2, or 3. Bothers me if they're out of order. Good boy, Gunther. A 1. A 2. A 3. 2? 2 is the winner. I don't know what that did, but we got it. We got it. Thank you for sharing, Gunther. Thanks. Go to Skavik's rendezvous point. Then after that we have complete conquest. Activate lore object to learn more about modification. I'd like to get my ship back before bed. We'll see how far we get with that. I'm feeling the EP's coming on. That's not where you go. Bloop, bloop. 1 2/3. Well, you know what? It's very Mad Hatter of you to say the Mad Topher. He just wants Club Cult to know when he's done. True. He wants to be congratulated for taking a good tinkle. I don't think we're going that way. Or that way. The nice thing about games like this is your progress is always saved. Oh, I didn't even consider that. That's such a beautiful, beautiful existence. I'm here for it. I'm looking forward to playing this again tomorrow. Like, obviously we're still playing it now, but I'm excited to play more tomorrow. Oh, that's right. I have a buddy now. Buddy system. What is this green thing following me? What the fuck? That's weird. Oh, Gunther, that's a bit excessive. You just kicked like a fifth of the litter box out of the litter box. That's it. Now you want lap time. I love cats. You want to come uppy? I love you. Would you like to come uppy? Did you? Did you want to come uppy? Aw. There you go. Oh, he's healing me. Nice. I appreciate that. Good buddy system. Got the buddy system IRL and the buddy system in game. Let's go. Yeah, I think you're really pulling your foot a little bit. You're gonna scamoochie your booty. Drunky. Are you getting comfy? You better be getting comfy. What's this? Can you do anything with that? No. It just exists. Relatable. Doesn't do anything, just exists. That's me. Don't you know not to tell a woman that? You're alright. It's fine. Calm down. The 3 cardinal sins of what not to say. Oh, I don't know. Gunther, what would you be? Gunther is a really good guy. Like, he's a great guy. He's a really good man. I would think he would be a Jedi. He does kind of have the grumpy cat face. He would be a Jedi in disguise. Like in a Star Wars bar setting. Like he could pass either way. He's a bit of a rebel without a cause. But he'd definitely be one of the good guys. Gunther is Han Solo. Yes, he is. He is a Han Solo. He is a handsome gent with a little bit of spice and sass. That knows what he wants. And how to get it. And does as he pleases, within mostly reasonable respect to others. He might sell me out for fish. He might. That's possible. I don't want to know the answer to that for real, for real. We're just gonna speculate that he might. Well, you're a bouncy boy. 1 conquest point. Doom had me scarred for life. I thought I was having acid sprayed at me. We got a coat? Oh, that's crap. I don't want that. It's cheap. Ugh. Jump. Jump. Jump, you silly goose. Get out of the bottom piece. Oh, is there someone behind me? Oh, there is! Surprise. We learned. I want to go back down to you. I get stuck. Pardon, pardon. I'm either catching a bitty cold or the weather is just getting to me. I think the weather is just getting to me because I don't feel coldy otherwise, but I've had a tickle in my throat since last night and most of all of today. It's annoying. I was literally grumbling at Ringo outside because my voice was doing this. Like it's time to come inside. No, voice, come back. So it makes me think it's the weather. It's just really my voice. Throat voice. What do you have for me? I'll take the credits. What happens if he loses all of his health? For Corso, does he regenerate or is he just dead? Do I have to heal him? I don't want to have to do that. That's a lot of responsibility. He's a cute little guy. Why is he glowy purple? What does that mean? He's got little floofies like a woolly mammoth. He's adorable. Oh, I knew we weren't gonna sneak past that easy. Oh, it looks like his green thing heals him and me. So as long as one of us doesn't do too poorly, it's fine. Out of range, move closer. Oh, Gunther's giving us the big purrs. I can see our conversation going that way. I love you. I know. But then, you know, on the flip side, he walks around going, Mama! Mama! Who you calling scruffy looking? No, Gunther never looks scruffy. I look scruffy. Gunther is Han Solo. Oh my god. He is the most suave boy. I mean, he has a built-in tuxedo. How can you not be suave wearing a tuxedo? That's just madness. That would just be wrong. He's a proper gentleman. A very proper gentleman he is. There's a guy up there in the corner, I think. No? Yeah. A little too close for comfort there, footman. Does footman mean you're stepping on my fucking feet? Too close for comfort. Personal space. That was not okay. It's not okay. Somewhere, something up here. Something dark side. At least I can't friendly fire him, or at least I'm pretty sure I'm not. Bloop. I don't even get your loot. Where is your body? That's a heck of a glitch. He is one of the people. At least you, like, gave a disclosure agreement for it by being named the footman. Most other people try to be sneaky about it. What is this perfect triangle I must be in? Are we going more in there? I feel like that's going away. But maybe not. No, I think we're in the right space. Them foot fellas in their personal space, indeed. A girlie just wants to live her life, okay? The earlier question, when your companion is down, you'll either have the ability to revive them, or they revive when you're out of combat. I don't remember which. Okay, nice. He doesn't just, like, I won't bring him to his doom, which I appreciate. Thank you for knowing that, whether it's one or the other. It gives me some relief. Be great if everyone had a badge with their fetish on it just permanently. IRL. Yes, but no. I don't know. Some things I just don't want to know. I feel like it's a badge that should, if that's the case, it should be a badge that's exposed within, like, a certain timing of knowing someone. So, like, a clock starts when you first meet someone, and then, like, if you're still talking to them, or they're still in your life 20 minutes later, or some other arbitrary number, then and only then do you get to see the fetish badge and get your full disclosure. Don't need surprises like that in life. Oh, they already got it done. I just swooped in there for the participation points. I mean, ideally my companion will just stay alive, but should I fuck it all up and he do the dead? No, it's nice to know these things. We're going in the same direction, which is annoying. Okay, now we're on two different paths. Oh, they're behind me too. Oh god. Oh god. Give me those credits. Give credit where credit is due. You're so purry and lovey. I love you, Gunther. Thank you for being my little lap warmer. It was getting a little chilly. Feels like 30s again tonight, I think. Just burr. Smoke me out of the ground. I don't know if that's okay or not. Gotta call maintenance. Is it done for? Yes. It looks a little dangerous up here. I don't think this meets the ocean nor MSHA standards. I think I was supposed to stand on that though. Come back. Come back. Elevator. I beckon for you. I wonder if it'll smush me if I'm below it when it comes down. I don't want to find out, but I'm curious. Beautiful. That was obnoxious. Beautiful. Make sure to only use your elevator summoning powers for only good. There's no other way to do it, otherwise I'll jinx myself. You know how I feel about elevators. They're not right. It's something that shouldn't work but does, and I don't care about the engineering behind it or how it genuinely is supposed to work. To me, elevators are just wrong. Elevators and revolving doors, they just should not exist for my own personal peace and comfort. know if I like that one very much, because I have to target them before using it, and that's like an extra second that my brain doesn't want to use. Yes, heal me with your kick green spray. Can I just sneak by you guys? Do 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 do. It's nice that the game is old enough to where the people over there aren't going to hear what's going on over here because they're not programmed to. You can just sneak on by. Anything modern, it would trigger the other guys. Oh wait, maybe I do have to go the other way. I mean, like, I at least have to go by these boys. These boys over here. Revolving doors into an elevator would be a sign of the end times to me, and I would just leave wherever I am. I don't care if it was the most important place to be in the world. If I saw that, I would just leave. That is a sign of the end times. That's a situation that I would walk into that I would not come back out of. Be entering my own personal hell. Yeah, no one's making it out unscathed. They're like teleporting to a new universe and starting life all over again at that point. I guess they just opened the door. Do 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 do. On my merry little serene way. Until... I don't know. Where am I being attacked? Oh, because he's fighting. Cannot see target. Well, how can he see the fucking target? Can you wait to get into some drama until I get up there, bro? Companions. This is why I'm single. Can't deal with that nonsense. He's a very strong gun. Separatist vanguard. But what if we bank with fidelity instead? Where's that reset button at? It's at the Laguna Medical Center, wherever it was called. An Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Not that divot. Which divot? No. This? Are you a hallway? You're a hallway. Your mom's a hallway. We are really getting our steps in over here today. Lord. So how is there so much structure? He's just doing a glitch dance over there. Awkward. Probably could have skirped by them, I don't know. Maybe. Did not consider. I don't think that big door is gonna open for me. Can we swoop around the side? So what's the point of the door if you could just go in through the side? Although it looks kind of like it's been demolitioned through, to be fair. To be fair.
Better?
Forward. And the half open door. Do 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 do. No, I didn't select at least one of them. That was unfortunate. Conquest points. Woo! Woo! Quick little toes. Boom, baby. That was fun. I like that attack in the short term, just I don't think it'll be beneficial in the long term. I won't space it out well enough. Ah, Gunther, you're putting my leg to sleep. There we go. When Gunther is in my lap, he puts one of my legs to sleep, he puts my right leg to sleep. Perfectly. I don't know how. He finds like a comfy spot that's right on a nerve or something. And when Zeke is on my lap, he puts my left leg to sleep. I find that so funny. They both target their own little individual spots. It is perfectly balanced. I find that hilarious. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting in the chair or sitting in bed either. When they're on my lap, Gunther puts my right leg to sleep and Zeke puts my left to sleep. Oh, I let that go to sleep for too long. Now we're super tingly. Is the floor lava? Hopefully not. Okay. No, Gunther, stop skirping around. My leg is asleep. Stop. Stop. It's the kind of a sleep where, like, every motion is forbidden. Like, bitch, do not even breathe. Do not even speak. You feel it all. Well, welcome, Ajax. Bed does sound good. Bed is comfy. Wrap me up like a burrito. Kiss my forehead and wish me sweet dreams. I don't think that was your way of that being interpreted, but lady's choice. It's always lady's choice. That way. Glowy green door. Story area. It seems immensely promising. Side sleeper, chaotic back sleeper. I'm a side sleeper, but I need to morph into a back sleeper. I did actually successfully take a nap on my back earlier, laying down with Tank, but I was really tired. It's usually the only time I can fall asleep with low effort on my back versus my side. How about you, miss? Two more. One more. Swooped. Side sleep. Oh, I definitely need a pillow between my legs. Side sleeping. Whereas my knees knocked together. It's not comfy. I will 100% co-sign on that. Is there a doorway in here? Am I missing something? Are you a doorway? It's too dark. Fuck this map. I'm in the exact same camp. Unless I'm like extremely exhausted. Like falling asleep, sitting up. Then I can fall asleep on my back, no problem. Otherwise it takes effort. Way more comfy sleeping on my side. But I gotta stop doing that. I feel like I'll snore more once I become a back sleeper though. Maybe that won't be pleasant, but that's just too bad. That's what earplugs are for. We're getting there. Most times when I fall asleep on my back, it's when I'm falling asleep eating dinner. Because I'm a degen and I eat in bed. It's just a little picnic. Self-care comes in many forms. Which I would actually kind of consider that self-care. Like, it makes me happy. It brings me peace to be in my relaxing space whilst enjoying my meal. Okay, you guys don't matter to me right now. Thinking we have to get up here. As much as I'd like to agree with that and say, yes, I snore like me. I've been told I snore like a pug. Like, dead ass. Not exaggerating. I have been told I snore like a pug. I don't think that's very pleasant to hear. I don't know, though. I've never heard it, but I've been told. Eating in bed doesn't bother me as long as there isn't crumbs. I don't like crumbs in bed, but I love eating in bed. Crumbs in bed are a no-no, though. That's why you get, like, you know how when kids are eating in front of the TV and they have, like, that pop-up tray? I use one of those. Minimizes the mess. Have a little, like, napkin spread. Just in case, you know, from the fork to the mouth there's any drama. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. I have a hug for you. I just gotta get this guy first. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is what whatever you want it to be, baby. It is a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. He's healing me. I thought he was someone else doing something else. My goodness. We up our cosplay goal count here. Thank you, thank you. We will be doing a little bit of cosplay for Star Wars Day, but that doesn't count for that. That's a Serena goal, not a Club Cult goal. Such a princess in the pea situation. If a single grain of salt is in the sheets, you'll notice it and wake up. No. That's so sensitive. I feel for you. That has to be very frustrating. You go to the beach, and then there's like a single grain of sand in bed with you. You're just tossing and turning all night. That's what I'm envisioning. That's the mental picture I have at the moment. Remember, like, way back when, rooming with buds for anime conventions? You're sleeping between two beds and the couple just get farting and snoring and you're trapped in this fart sarcophagus. No! That's horrible. I am so sorry. I feel for you so much. That's no bueno. That's no bueno.
You worthless criminal vermin. Dare you invade my
Beach
fortress
days
and
end
murder
up
my
being
greatest
changed to
brothers in
sheet
arms?
days. It's intolerable. You know, bed is like, it's sanctum sanctorum. It's meant to be your peaceful place, your calm place, your just zen place. I mean, it should be as comfy as possible. Where's my ship?
Hell, Skavik stole my freighter.
My ship.
I want it back.
There's no ship here for you. Only
Dang it.
death. You are guilty of crimes against the oppressed people.
I will
of
find a way to
Orville.
fix that for
The
tomorrow.
sentence is death.
I'll use my
Everyone
Jedi
is
mind
out
tricks.
faces well, you criminal filth. For we are your righteous executioners.
This is not the window
Do
you
have
wish
any
to be
last
closing.
words, degenerate swine?
You
No
can still
reason we
surrender.
can't cut a deal here.
I don't negotiate with corrupt dogs. I exterminate them. Let justice be served.
Well, jeez. Derrig. More like, what a drag. It's a drag. He's a stinky butt is what he is. My little helper is so much closer than I feel like I should get on in there. What if I want to loot in this moment and not
What's our
necessarily
play,
be
Cap?
healed in this moment? No. I want the stuff and then I'll listen to you.
Lead on.
To where? Speak to Moran. Oh, wrong guy.
I surrender.
Wrong guy.
I wanna die. I know why you're here, and you're wasting your time.
Once again, where's my ship?
Skavik and my starship. Where are they?
Skavik is long gone. He left here.
I feel like sleeping on the beach. I know you're not asking me, but I'm commenting anyway. Sleeping on the beach sounds so nice in concept, but I think in theory and practice it would not be comfy unless you had like a super glamping setup.
On our side so he could steal some rusty antique droid from Derek.
As long as the sand is the sheets and the sand isn't in the sheets.
Skavik came here to steal a droid?
Some worthless pile of scrap that
God
had been
dang
in
it.
Derek's family for generations. That droid was ancient. It's practically useless.
Oh, that felt good.
But Skavik grabbed it like some big treasure and blasted his way out. He left in your ship. I don't know where he went, but I can guess who does.
When you have a
Skavik
tuxedo
has a
cat
duel at Fort Darnick
in whatever
Cyrene.
timeline from now, Cyogenics, you're gonna want the litter box as far away from your bed as possible then. That can't be.
I don't take your word
word
It
for
can't be.
It's true. Derek talked to her on the holo all the time.
Well, that's not bad at all. It sounds like it was kind of relaxing. Like, maybe not ideal, what was planned, but it sounds like a nice memory.
Please, let me go. I have a family back on the mainland. Please.
Separatist scum killed my family, and I promised myself I'd bury every last one of you.
I've only been here a few months. I didn't kill anyone's family. I only ever followed orders.
Then I order you to
Excuse
die.
me.
Are you sure about this, Corso? Because the man seems sincere.
Not taking sides,
Sincerity
just
has nothing to do with it.
sharing
Every
some
one of
thoughts.
These motherless scum deserves death. I can't just let him go home and pretend like nothing ever happened.
I was just gonna say, like, so employ him yourself.
He could be useful if he switches sides.
Please.
He's kind of a little pussy bitch, but better to have one more on our team than on theirs.
Get out of here before I change my mind.
Thank you.
You have a mat for litter boxes, there's a sand drift everywhere, anywho. Most of them have a mat under them. A couple of them don't, because some of my cats don't like the texture of the mat. Like the kitties in the stream room don't have mats under their boxes because they don't like the texture of it. They're weirded out by it. They do cut down a lot on the litter tracking though. But in here we occasionally gotta shake out the sheets. You cannot reach that. Can I now? Just too far away. I don't even know if that's the thing that I need. I need to find Serena again. I don't know what that's going to do.
Is this channel secure? Look, I'm trying to get
I
access
teleported us into a new mission.
But they have information.
How do I go back? I didn't want to do that.
Help me destroy it. I dropped a stealth generator outside
Fork.
the base. That'll get you in nice and quiet.
Can I end it? It's like a little timed quest. I don't want to do it. God dang it. What are you telling me? I'm too tired for not following my main path. The separatist defector is trying to make a clean break. Help wipe the defector's data and damage the separatist database. Collect stealth field generator. Ow. Where do I even go for this? Oh, I see. It's a bit of a far travel, however. If you turn into one of those crazies that train their cat to use the human toilet. Honestly, if any of my cats were trainable to do it, I would have them do that. I do like the litter box concept and the way that I can, like, monitor their bathroom usage and what it looks like and all that. Although here I am assuming that, you know, you would teach them to flush too. But if any of mine had the propensity to learn to do that, I would teach them to. I will say though, I am a lid down on the toilet girly, and that would not be helpful if I litter box train the kitties. I think that would be genius though. By all means, go for it. Expression is like getting homework for the weekend. That's just my face. I have bitch face. And here's the footman. That's just my face. We're civilized in here. I feel like it would be easy if it was one of like the push button flushers versus like the side pusher. That takes a little bit of extra effort at like the end of the flush. But if it was just the button one, they could totally learn that. It would just be like the talking button concept. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You also have to get the talking buttons for Kitty, though. And then he can announce, gotta go Tinky, right before bathroom time. Not that I need to hear that. I just need to know that it's happening for my own personal amusement. Get one of those little toddler potties, start training the boys for it. Never tried it with them. Maybe Zeke would like it. Maybe that'll solve any of his potential Tinky troubles. Oh, somehow I exited whatever the time... Oh, I think the time trial only existed within that room. Okay, it's okay. We did okay. It's no longer on my mission log. Now we just have to go find me. Find Serena. Cyrena. It's the civilized version of me. She seems sweet. I don't think I want to jump into a crater, but I don't know quite what the direction for us is here. Should start with the closer guy. Whoops. Someone remind me before I go to bed to organize my inventory, so I don't come back to a bajillion overwhelms. Shot from behind. I don't know, the one guy passed us. I thought he was going after me. I think my companion got him. Dang it. You completed the quest before I did, Cygenics. Always besting me. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. There's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a lovely evening so far. And pardon my half-ass hug, I have a cat on my lap. It wasn't intentional. Just be a, awkward neighbor asshole hug. Just a cat in my lap. Just a kitty. He's taking over the lap. This place wants $80 to wax your back. Are you being finagled for being Middle Eastern? Probably not. I don't know what the average waxing would cost though. I only had my eyebrows waxed a couple times when I was like a preteen, and it made me break out terribly, and I've never waxed anything since. I'm afraid to. Also, it didn't really feel good. I mean, I know it's not meant to feel good, but I think it felt a lot worse than maybe it should have. Aw, I'm glad to hear. Yay. We all deserve nice evenings. I feel like the cost would probably be comparable if they're threading, because that takes longer and more effort. Like, that's done by hand, no? Whereas waxing, it's just laid down and then ripped off. That would make sense to be more expensive. Like, based on how much hair you may or may not have. Oh, for brows. I just attack myself with my tweezers. I'm a DIY girly. Don't rely on nobody for nothing. Mostly, kind of, sort of, roughly-ish. Map gets smaller and then it gets bigger. Like, good golly. Good golly, Miss Molly.
Republic Command sent a walker. About time. Help us put it through its paces, would ya?
Can we just take the main street? I think so. That seems a lot less... It seems the path of least resistance. Does threading hurt? I've never tried that. I remember like the little booths in the mall that would do it. But I was always too pussy to stop and try. I don't think I'm allowed to be in there. That's maybe not for me. This building though, I think that one's for me. Green door. Serena, where are you? Serena. Oh, 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 oh. Serena. She's in what's-his-face's room.
I can't believe you fried Vidu, sweetheart. So what if he caught you talking to separatists?
He threatened to turn
Did he
me into
die?
Logan the Butcher. I had to kill him. Besides, now we can finally be together.
Yeah. And the thing is...
See, cuckoo bananas.
I'm busy with work.
Dang it.
I'll call you sometime now.
I will fix that for tomorrow.
What are you talking about? You promised to get me out of here.
I will find a way to make that not
You did it for the money.
keep blurbing out whenever I click something else.
You're not actually getting paid. I'll see you around, darling.
Captain, I didn't see you come in. It's wonderful you're still alive.
Okay, so my alter ego is secretly a very not good girl. She's a bad girl. Uh-oh.
I heard
Let's just go as long enough.
And there's no point in lying to you.
Feels like a razor across your face if they're inexperienced. The good ones are much more tolerable. Still feels like discomfort.
We don't want to be here when they
Paying for discomfort is just, I can't get behind it unless I need to.
If you go now, he won't know you're coming for him.
That won't save you.
Kill you before I go. Every second you waste threatening me lets Rogan's bounty hunters get closer.
Don't trust the rosy-cheeked ones.
The separatists are retreating from this island.
Yes, telling Blush on the bad Serena.
I'll give you a shuttle pass to Coruscant if you let me.
Either they're allergic to being good or something.
I won't pay my expenses. I need credits.
Neutral path.
I always keep some money handy. For
Blush
moments
means
like
bad.
This. Take all of it.
I deserve this, and you know it.
I'm glad we could be reasonable about things. Here's that shuttle pass too. When you find Skavik, tell him I had no choice. All right?
Alrighty then.
Glad that ended peacefully. I'm not one to hurt women.
You don't care that she killed your boss?
Of course I do. Which is why I'm gonna make sure people know what she did to him. Poor old Vidu. I wish he could hear what we did. Would have put a smile on his face. It's not healthy for us to stick around, Captain. I believe what Sarina said about bounty hunters coming. We don't know how long Skavik will stay on Coruscant either. Let's hop a shuttle and catch him
Oh, Rena.
You're planning to
We?
tag along?
Do you have a mouse in your
I'm
pocket?
bailing on you now, Captain. Besides, my Torchy still needs rescuing. Vidu left me some stuff. I expect he'd want me to share it with you. Let's head for the shuttle port. We'll be off this planet before you know it.
Oh, legacy start what? We're in too much of tired girl hours for me to legacy surname. In addition to creating a permanent name, soon members of your legacy will be able to unlock species choices for new characters, gain increased attributes, and even inherit powerful abilities from their predecessors. Legacy surname. Club Cult. Okay. Got the login rewards. Woo! Winning big here. Okay. Go to the Ord Mantell shuttle port. The port of shuttles. Bebop around a little bit more here. And then we gotta hit the hay. Feed the zoo. Hit the haze. Make sure that we are set and ready for another days. It's Star Wars Day tomorrow! That's exciting! I like having things to look forward to. Like, I think everyone does, but it's worth reminding oneself that there's always something to look forward to. Well, I'm going completely the wrong way. Maybe bedtime sooner than later. That was not correct. I don't know what I was looking at there. I mean, how could I not name it after you guys? Oh, now it appears with a name too. I am Serena TV of Club Cult. The whole world shall know. They shall remember. 100% reason to remember the name. Need to come up with a new numeric format to remix that song to my actual gaming ability. I went past. It did be in tired girl hours. They are upon us. Excuse me. So I just casually yawn it out. The body says yes. It is tired girl hours. They shall tremble in fear at our gaming prowess. This is true. That was like the last burst of energy that I have for the night. I'm on the wrong side. Holy shit. We're getting to the checkpoint and then it's time for bed because I am not... I'm just going places. I'm not going where I need to go. I'm just going places. Not past the point of no return, but I don't know how soon we're getting to our destination here. There we heckin' go. That's your silly little green door. Good job, Serena. Let's get a ship. Tired? Ain't got no circulation? No, he has like half a crisscross applesauce left now, so my leg's not asleep anymore, thankfully. But he is keeping me cozy. Gunther's a sweet little heater.
I'm sick of being cooped up on Starship, Zoru. I want to run around and shoot things
So
for a
cozy.
while.
He's got the right mentality here.
You must be Rogan's bounty hunters.
Gunther is a wonderful little man. It's be nicer tomorrow when I have the game bigger. We'll actually be able to see what he's saying. Because he's not saying words, but he has subtitles. I don't know if I want to attack him. You're not my real dad. Love your dogs, and sometimes you just want a fella climbing all over. Aww. I have dogs and cats, and they all get along marvelously, which I'm so grateful for. But it definitely is like a different expression of love. I mean, I'll never fly as cargo.
Sorry, I only travel first class.
Yeah, that's right. Hair flip. They both love unconditionally, but they have different ways of doing it. And it's beautiful. I appreciate that from both of them. I think all of the love from the puppies and all the love from the kittens. I do get when people say like they're not dog or not cat people though, because the love is different. I mean, it's for both of them. I got shocked. For both of them, it's truly unconditional, but it is different. It's like life. You never experience the same two loves twice. He's powerful. What does 8 do? That was a new toggle that I noticed we had. What does 9 do? That. I don't think that was worth it to cool down. That did a decent amount of damage. Kaboom. Made it through. I'm guessing the shuttle. Oh, we don't get to go through there. The shuttle is on the other side. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, let's go. Just want to make it to the shuttle and then I can sleep on the ride till tomorrow. Why do they have like no titleage? Like not even a little green thing over their head? Like the most NPCs of all NPCs. The ultimate NPC. There we go. There's no designation of who you are at all. You are uninteractable. The transit shuttle. What happened to me getting my ship back? Why don't I get my ship back? We just climb on in? Maybe not. Do you know what to do?
Speed ahead.
Oh, we gotta click it. Oh, to the Republic. Take a shuttle to the Republic fleet. To the Republic fleet. Zoom, zoom. Ultimate NPC might be your next video game character name. If I came across you in game, I would be confused. And I would probably try to interact with you and prank myself. I was enjoying being an NPC when I was on roller skates. Next, we need to board a shuttle to Coruscant. An Arctic outfit. Survivalist outfit. Or a hunting outfit. Survivalist. Missing my room in your inventory. Okay, let's organize inventory and then we're gonna hop to Eeps. I hate fucking with inventory. That is one thing I like the least out of MMORPGs. I don't want or need that. I don't want or need that. I don't know if that's important. Probably need that. we have on? Okay, I did do that right. She's a little trash picker. Open that. Probe droid adapter. Can go up there. Okey dokey. Board a shuttle to Coruscant. Where do you want me to do that? Are you a shuttle to Coruscant? No. They just let you choose your own adventure. I think we're just at this one. Ord Mantell. Is there another ship that we can enter? It's this big guy. Oops. That's not helpful. How do you want me to board a ship to Coruscant? Of course, there's like no information kiosk. There's no one I can ask in here. I don't know. Little droidy boy. Oh! There is a biddy on the map. I didn't see that. Could not reach that. Well, reach then. Main level. Duh. Look at this map. It is a mess. I don't have enough brain cells for that anymore tonight. We made good progress, Club Cult. From starting and not even knowing how to shoot anymore to we made it all the way here. Wherever here is for whatever purpose. We did good tonight. I'm glad we blooped back into this. I'm excited to play more tomorrow. For Star Wars Day. It is tired rebel hours. I went a bit overtime. I was having too much fun though. Can't help it. It's having too much fun. It was overly enjoyable. Thought that window was gonna move, it did not. I was ready to follow it with my head, and it did not go. You're a Jedi, Ari. It's the perfect way of putting it. You guys make me laugh. Space wizard. Just imagine like Merlin flying around, but in like a Jedi cloak and like a more fanciful beard than just floofage. I'm sure someone has created fan art of this. Super zoomed in from having full screen mode. Someone has made fan art of this. You cannot be a nerd without somehow crossing these worlds. The concept of Merlin as a Jedi aligns him with the archetype of a wise mystical mentor, similar to Obi-Wan Kenobi, who is frequently compared to Merlin in Arthurian Star Wars parallels. Want a Jedi Merlin? Really? There's no like random person on DeviantArt that's created this? I'm disappointed with the nerddom. I guess I have art homework. Yoda versus Gandalf versus Dumbledore. That would certainly be interesting as well. I really thought there would have been some drawing of such. But no. Oh, fan fiction. Here we go. Yeah, baby. Knights from the Sky. Obi-Wan and Anakin fall through a black hole and end up in Camelot. And it isn't long before they encounter King Arthur and Merlin. But there are darker forces at play than just magic or the Force. On hiatus, up for adoption. They last updated it in November of 2011. They did not finish the story. There's only 2 chapters, 1,600 words. Existed in someone's imagination somewhere. It's for Jedi Merlins, but from the TV show Merlin, which is a young Merlin. I did like Merlin. I liked the... What was the longer... I'm gonna describe this terribly. How do I search this specifically? There's been so many Merlins. I think it was a BBC. No, that's with the kid. I think it was a 3-part series. This was a Hallmark? Is that what I'm thinking of? No, not that one either. There was one that we had watched in one of my English classes, and it was so good. I loved it. I don't even know how I would find it. Is there like a massive wiki? That's specifically for that one. I don't think it was that one. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be by B. It is a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Yeah, all my efforts went into the Sith Jar Jar. Exactly. There was the long-running show, or longer-running, but there was a mini-series. I don't think this one, that I very, very, very enjoyed. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Sam Neill's name is on there. It wasn't very popular and it was older, but it was very accurate to the stories, which is why we watched it in class. What is a specific detail from it that I can remember? Brain juice. Maybe, no? It was! Let me double check with YouTube. Let me ask YouTube if it's okay. Is that 1998? I was wrong. That was it, the one I originally found. I was big wrong.
But one day, a man with a pure heart will find it, and peace and happiness will return.
It was a time of new faith, threatened by old forces.
I am going to.
It's like extremely cheesy looking back on it now, but it was so good.
When a young wizard created for evil.
Oh, she was so creepy. I watched this, I think, when I was a freshman in high school, and Queen Mab really gave me the jeebies.
I am Merlin, and this is Excalibur.
Folklore should be kind of cheesy. It should. Just comparative to like how they could create it now versus then.
There will be a child. He's mine.
It looks almost like soap opera-y. Like how soap operas are filmed in like a different format or perspective than like TV shows. You can tell the difference between the two. He does a very Burger King crown. They did a good job with that dragon though. This one was so good. Is this the one you were talking about, the Mad Topher? Or, I guess this was a movie, not a show.
Of the night, the only thing stronger than darkness itself was the power of Merlin's light.
There aren't any wizards here.
I'm the last of them.
Sam Neill, Helena Bonham Carter, John Gielgud, Rutger
It was so good.
Hauer, Richardson, Isabella Rossellini, Martin Short, and James
He was
Earl
funny.
Jones as the Mountain King.
Is he really? James Earl Jones was the Mountain King. No shit. No shit. Oh, I thought they were talking about Doom there. No, Baron Hell Knight, not Doom Hell Knight. Darth Vader as a mountain. That was the actor playing Merlin. I think he played him in the movies or the other TV show, perhaps? I'm going to leave this tab open and dive deeper into it again, because honestly, I would like to rewatch that again, and I like the Merlin stories. I couldn't get into the one with whatever is the most recent one. It just didn't capture my interest. It probably would if I tried to watch it a bajillion times, like Dexter. Dexter, I had to watch the first episode 4 times to get into it. But everyone was that kid. Because it had stark raving reviews, but I couldn't get into it. Couldn't take him seriously. It was very cute. I liked it. Alright, Club Cult. It is time to feed the zoo. Do my Serena stuff. Get some more eeps. I like my folklore to be serious for the most part. It's a very serious story. But it is, though. I mean, I guess specifically in terms of Merlin. It is time for the EB's Club Gold. Pop this over here. Perfect. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for your time, thank you for your chats, thank you for your company, and thank you for your support. More than anything, as Gunther takes his little bath, thank you all for your time. Your time is very valuable, and whether it is for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, if I don't see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, it is magical, beautiful, amazing, and incredible. Your time is not free, and I value it deeply. You can make more money, you can make more friends, you can make more gluces. You can make more little tissue boxes. You cannot make more time, and thank you so much for yours. Aw, thank you, Cygenix. Hope you get some good eats, some good sleeps too. Let's all get some pleasant dreams of lightsabers and starships and blaster rifle butts, or any kind of butt that brings you peace, honestly. I will give us that freedom. Serena of Club Cult grants you that freedom for tonight. Oh my goodness. Thank you for stopping by tonight, miss. It was nice to see you, the Mad Topher. I hope the rest of the night is kind to everybody. Get the best good rest. Until I sees you next. If you want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Discord. Otherwise, we have the fun stuff. The socials. Some more fun stuff. If I can spell. The sketch for when I will see you bebs next. Thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. And thank you all so very much for all of your support with Voya's Care. It means absolutely the most to me, and thank you for helping to ease this burden. I appreciate you, Club Cult. You are magnificent human beings. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Do me one favor. Additionally, more homework. God, she tells us to do so much. She's so bossy. Oh, Gunther knows it's up time. Here you go, sweet son. I'll meet you in bed. I shall meet you in bed. Do me one favor until I see you bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, oh so wonderful, oh so gorgeous, and all the good things in the world. Take all of those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Have a beautiful rest of your evening. And some good eepies, some good dreamies, some good eatsies, and make good choices. Until I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Do good things in the world. Good nighty night, Club Gold.